You ever cry and it's gonna be in a bus right now?
Hey. What we could've been, what we should've been. If I wasn't with somebody, if we gotta hide it, what's the point of trying? I ain't just your friend, no, what's the point of lying? Trying to sell a story, ain't nobody buying. Look me in my eyes, don't that feel nice? Why should it end? Baby, I could've been him more than your friend. Just say wait and win, wait and make a trip, baby, make a wish, be the one I'm with. Should've been a, should've, could've, would have been. Hey.
If you send me the location, I'll be right there. And make her come check in my bed. No time, no.
Run.
It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no bullshit, that bullshit get old. And look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I might do my good bite just to match with my toes. Yeah, I can't wear the shit you bitches wear because it's cheap to me. It's some money at my table, grab a seat for me. Cost a ticket just to cover all my legal fees. I don't hang with jealous bitches, that's a weak disease. Hold on, run up. If you broken in my business, then just shut up. I invested in my body, bitch, I'm done up. I look good, I like to fuck, I'm when the sun up. Put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Candy on my body, but my feet is in bodega. Bitch, I'm getting money, gives a fuck about a hay in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no broke shit, that broke shit get old. Look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I might do my good bite just to match with my toes.
Hey yo, I put on my jewelry just to suck my nigga off. Fingers on his balls like I'm about to tell him cough. How long I you can't give it to him drunk like that? You gotta make that shit, you gotta pop the shit like that. Put on my jewelry just to go out by the pool. And I keep it with me in case somebody act the fool. Gucci on my coochie, I'ma make these niggas drool. Higher than the moon, but I'm in tune, so don't run up. Cause if you run up, I guarantee you ain't gon' leave looking done up. Some little Chinese things with the bun up. I got the crown low, you just to run up.
Put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Candy on my body, but my feet is in bodega. Bitch, I'm getting money, give a fuck about a hate in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no broke shit, that bullshit get old. And look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I might do my good bite just to match with my toes.
Hey yo, Via, I just been the block, well these bitches wanna be ya. Probably cause my waist on any long ear. Well, I ain't talking cars, long hair, don't care.
You know, twin speeder, you tell me
What's the pissy, I fuck them like porn stars. And playing basketball for my bitches, it's all stars. Got Gucci on my wrist cause I'm richer than most bars. Yo niggas bitches trippin', let's send them a postcard.
I put on my jewelry just to go to the bodega. And I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Candy on my body, but my feet is in bodega. Bitch, I'm getting money, give a fuck about a hate in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of money in this motherfucker. Look at me run no broke shit, that bullshit get old. Look at me run no whole shit, these all get too bold. I'm allergic to that no shit, my wrist game on cold. I'ma do my good bite just to match with my toes.
Nala, you been waiting on me, girl. You was waiting on me, pretty girl. Greetings, my kindreds. That it was our first day back in the gym, and I actually feel pretty freaking good. I don't know if it's because like I lost a lot of weight. So you guys know that I just got my jaw surgery about a month ago. It's been a month. Time flies. So it's been about a month now, and for the past month I haven't been able to really eat a lot.
Hope you're having a good day. Want to go for a walk?
Goddamn, hey Google. But yeah, so I haven't been able to like really eat a lot, and I lost about 15 pounds. So you guys know that in June I got my liposuction 360 BBL, like whatever, and I was like 135 pounds. And then I just got my jaw surgery about 4 weeks ago, and before that I was about 134 pounds. Now I am 120 pounds, and that is because of like my inability to eat and stuff. So I lost a lot of my butt, not a lot, but I lost some of my butt, and my legs got like really small. So that's cool, you know. We just gotta get in the gym and get our gains back. But I am kind of happy that I did lose some weight, because like my upper body was like really chunky.
What's this, sweetie? The upper body, baby.
My goal is to tone up and slim down my upper body for sure, and then build my lower body, because my legs, I feel like my legs look too small, and you know I want my, you know I want that booty to be bigger or whatever. So yeah, we're gonna continue on with our fitness journey. Starting November, I'm gonna be working out with the trainer. So yeah, let's get to it. Yeah, I'm gonna make me some breakfast real quick. I got me some eggs. I'm gonna make me 2 boiled eggs, and then some hot cereal. Don't judge me, but I mean, I always eat oatmeal. I love me some good oatmeal. I put some blueberries in my oatmeal and some honey. You don't be smacking. But this is hot cereal. Is that the same thing as oatmeal? I don't know. It looks like it, but I've never called like oatmeal hot cereal before. Anyways, I got this from Trader Joe's. I love Trader Joe's because Trader Joe's is very much obtainable, because I could spend like $60 in Trader Joe's and have a whole like week and a half's worth of groceries, which is like a great but yeah, I just got my water boiling right now for my oatmeal and my boiled eggs. So this is gonna be my first time having hot cereal. I don't have any blueberries, so I'm just going to use my raspberries before they get old, and my honey, and I'm gonna make some tea. Last night I took the Teamy colon tea. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. I hope that noise don't bother me. Hey, all that noise. Anyways, I had the Teamy colon tea last night, and Kendra, that thing had me on the toilet this morning. So this morning I'm going to make my tea, and I'm going to use the Teamy Skinny Tea. I had tried this a couple months ago back when I was in New York, and I was using it for like 2 weeks or so, and it really did help with making me feel like not bloated and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna help me, you know, keep the tummy flat and not out, you know, during the day after eating. Because y'all, for the past month, I've really been just eating like ramen and noodles and pad thai soup and just pasty and just all of that, and that's just a lot of like, I don't know, I guess just after eating all that, I just been feeling like really bloated. Even though I know I lost a lot of weight, I still feel very like because that's literally just all that I've been eating. So I'm really trying to steer away from that now that I can kind of like chew a little bit more. So this is my first time actually eating breakfast in a very long time, because eating was not enjoyable, so I didn't really care to freaking eat. But yeah.
Bitches at the mag. Okay.
This hot cereal is pretty good.
Whatever that means.
I might like it better than oatmeal.
It's getting weird. But I still need to get this right.
Plus I got this burning me. Curly yellow dancing on me. Said she smell the green on me. And she straight from California. Freaky what she wanna be. Tell me she like boys and girls. Oh well, that's okay with me. Then she said, my old boo left me blue. I really love it. So cold and so cruel. So many colors. Play hoes like Pro Tools. Can't never trust me. Now fuck 'em out. When I think about it, I just wanna cool it.
Oh, girl, leave me alone. I think I want another dog because she requires too much attention. And I don't be feeling like, no, who you just doing too much? I just be wanting all the attention. I just be doing too much. I just be doing too much. Say hi, everybody. My God. You feel better? You feel better? I feel better. I feel better. See, I feel better. Come on, because I have shit to do. Girl, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go. If you're still watching this video and you are not subscribed to my channel yet, I'm gonna need you to stop being weird and go ahead and hit the subscribe button down below and hit that bell notification button too so you can get notifications on whenever I post a new video. Now, if you are a returning kindred, then I am pretty sure you're like up to date on my last couple of videos and you are fully aware that I have began my self-love journey, and I really do mean self-love journey. Y'all know I make wigs for a living. I have not been wearing any of my wigs for the past month. I haven't been wearing makeup for the past month up until this very moment, and I haven't even been wearing nails for the past month. I recently just got my nails done like a couple days ago, and even then I kept it like very natural, minus the color, you know, the color cute or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I chose to do this because it forced me to like walk around my house. Whenever I walk around my house and I'm passing a mirror, to like look at myself and just see Najee in the raw, in the most purest of form, and to honestly just sit in my shit. And I say sit in my shit because I had to like take a step back and really just like reflect and be like damn Najee, like where did you go wrong? Like how the fuck did you end up here? And honestly, it's because Najee did not love herself enough. You know, I'm not simple-minded, I'm not oblivious. You know, I know what's right and what's wrong. I know what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and I know what love looks like, or I have an idea of what love looks like, and I know what love doesn't look like. And this isn't what love looks like. This has me looking like Ebony from the Players Club. I can joke about that, but is really not funny. And the root of it all is just boils down to just like me not loving myself, like to a point where before this even happened, before this tragedy happening, you know, I can't remember the last time I was able to like look in the mirror and me have my natural hair out, me not wear any makeup, and me be looking at myself like, damn girl, you pretty, or feel good or feel confident. And that is really sad, but that's one positive that came out of all of this. Like I'm really grateful, like now I can look in the mirror and just feel comfortable and confident with myself. So yeah, the end goal for me in all of this is to just really learn how to love myself more than anybody else. And unfortunately, that is something that I have not yet mastered. A lot of people had questions and was asking a lot of questions like, what happened? You know, what's going on now? Is he in real? You know, stuff like that. And I will talk about that eventually. I just wasn't ready to talk about that when you guys were heavily asking about it, because I just felt like, how can I aspire to want to inspire women to leave these toxic and physical relationships when I'm technically still married? Like, how can I aspire to inspire women to just love themselves in their most rawest of forms when I actually don't love myself in the most rawest of form? So I held back a lot, you know, after that incident. But I did see all of you guys' messages. I did see all of you guys' comments. And even though I'm like halfway posting my journey on YouTube, which is a really huge platform, I still am and was very much embarrassed and ashamed. And I just felt like I had to do that, like I had to post that because it's just been too long. And I felt like, you know, maybe if I didn't let the world know, then there is a huge possibility that I can go back to that, because we are humans of habit. Like, we are creatures of habit, and I've been going back and back and back for so long, and I figured, like, if I post this, then I'd be crazy to go back, because then everybody would look at me like I'm crazy. And I know it's not about like how people perceive you, but just for me, I had to do what I had to do to just make sure, like, Najee, this is the end, because next time there is not going to be a next time, like, you know. And that's why I made that comment where I was like, even if you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for your friends and family, because they're going to be the ones mourning your death when you're gone. And that is absolutely true. So yeah, that was kind of like a little ramble, a little lot. But like I said, this is my self-love journey. I am being like extremely vulnerable with you guys. And yeah, I think what's gonna help me is having this routine and minimalizing my look and my image and just my lifestyle in general. Just trying to live like a minimalistic type of lifestyle, you know. And I say all of this because I want to introduce this brand that goes by the name Merit. They did send me makeup. They are a skincare and makeup brand. They sent me this a couple months ago, and I was like, this is kind of like the perfect timing for me to like bring this out, because it fits with the type of lifestyle that I'm trying to create, manifest for myself. Their motto is less is more, and they're really big on promoting like a minimalistic, accessible routine for women. And yeah, I love their products, the consistency of their products, what they stand for. They are a vegan brand as well, so they don't have like a lot of harsh chemicals and stuff in their products. And that's what I use today. Like, yes, you know, I've been like, you know, haven't been wearing makeup, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, I was looking at myself earlier and I was like, okay, you're cute or whatever. But you do look a little rough. And it's probably because I'm not like getting enough nutrients in my body. I haven't been getting like enough nutrients in my body, so my skin has been looking like really weird. But today I decided to use Merit's products, and I love the way my skin looks. It's really giving that real deal makeup, no makeup look. So I thought that was great. So yeah, I just want to get into this bag that they sent me, Kindred's. First and foremost, I want to say that this bag is so cute and super chic. I think that is really clever that they use this in their minimalistic collection that they sent me. Super cute and really good for traveling. Like if you're going away for the weekend and you don't want to really pack a lot, and you just have like this cute little bag where you can just throw your makeup in, pull it out with a cute little mirror, do your makeup real fast. Like it's just really cute for that minimalistic type of lifestyle that I'm going for. So yeah, I'm really excited to share this brand with you guys. I think that you guys will really love it. And yeah, let's just get into this bag, Kindred.
The sun is going down now. Been at it for a while, and I have had enough of this. I doubt that we can solve it. Been trying for so long, and I just can't ignore that it won't ever be the same. No, we will never be that good again. Don't drag it out, skip the innocence. Things will never be the same again. You know, I got all that I need. No need to apologize. No, we won't waste any more time. Yeah, I am all that I need. No need to apologize. No, we won't waste any more time. Yeah, you're still stuck on my mind. You won't go away. It's like you are a part of me. The mansion in my dreams. Now you won't be there, and I just can't ignore that it won't ever be the same. No, we will never be that good again. Don't drag it out, skip the innocence. Things will never be the same again. You know, I got all that I need. No need to apologize. No, we won't waste any more time. Yeah, I am all.
Alright, so now that you guys have been able to get a glimpse of Mavericks, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to just like getting rid of this box right here. So I have a styling chair that's in storage, but the color scheme in my old apartment in New York was really dark, and so the styling chair was black. I'm going to do like a different color scheme here in Atlanta. So I went ahead and got a new chair, a new styling chair from Minerva. I'm not gonna put it together tonight because I have one of my closest friends coming in for their birthday, and he's gonna help me clean out like my storage unit and help me hook up my space, so that way my home can be aesthetically pleasing and ready to take on clients here in Atlanta. Super excited about that. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just like unbox it because I'm really excited to see my new styling chair, and get rid of this box because I want to do this charm haul in front of the mirror for you guys after. I have some really cute stuff that I want to share with you guys. So yeah, that's what I do right now. Hey Google, play TNT by Nayana.
I looked for TNT by my Nashik, but it either isn't available or can't be played right now.
Hey Google, play TNT by Nayana.
Naive by the Kooks, sure.
No!
Playing on YouTube Music.
Hey Google. Hey Google. Play TNT by Nayana.
Don't Love Me, remix by Tiana Taylor, sure. Playing on YouTube Music.
Hey Google. Play TNT by Nayana.
Playing Tchaikovsky, Suite Number 4, Opus 61, Mozartiana
Is he fucking serious?
1887 on YouTube Music.
Play Nayana TNT.
Control 10-hour edition on YouTube Music.
Yo, I've never experienced. Play TNT by Nayana IZ.
Sister Athena by Engard. Sure.
Hell no.
Playing on YouTube Music.
Oh, yeah, he got me fucked up.
In the meantime,
I think I like this.
oh shit, it's up into that.
Oh shit, wait a minute. Come on. Where's my song? I gotta know the name of the song. About to check out Shazam. It's called Sister Berthina by Magarini. Okay, download this song. I like it. I can do like a cute little remix to this. Play TNT by Nayana IZ.
TNT by Nayana is, sure, playing on YouTube Music.
Hey Google, turn the music up 2 notches. I'm so here for this color, it's so cute. Hey Google, play Humble by Lil Baby.
Humble by Lil Baby, sure, playing on YouTube Music.
This is so nice, y'all. Oh my god, I love this. And my base is really nice too. I'm about to show you guys my base.
What did she mean when she said she
Look
made it?
how nice
What
this
did she mean
is.
when she said she made it?
It's so heavy, but it's so nice. Atlanta, we are here in Atlanta. We turn up next summer.
I've been keeping my kids and I switched up my number. I done made all these millions, I'm keeping my number. All these food.
Cause I will be sure that it. Yes, this is so nice. So I also got me, oh it's so dark. I also got me a new like tray. Obviously I have to put like the wheels and stuff on it, but this is so nice and so heavy. I just really wanted to like, well, my other hair tray was actually really nice too. But I actually got it for my mom. I don't know if you guys know, my mom was a hairstylist for a very long time. And she passed down her chair to me. And I really didn't want to let go of the chair because it means so much to me. Like one of her paintings that she had at her styling station, I still have it and I'm gonna put it up here just because I'm a sentimental person. And I would have kept the chair, but I'm really trying to like, it just doesn't go with the thing that I'm trying to like go with now. So I just went with a different color. But yeah, this is where I'm gonna have like my supplies and stuff that I need when I'm going to be working on my client or whatever. But this is like so nice and it's heavy and it's like leather at the bottom and it was expensive. It was freaking expensive for this thing was expensive. But glad we got that. But yeah, I know it's gonna take me some time to like get settled in my apartment, whatever. But I'm just like really excited for this new journey. And I'm gonna move on to this trial haul. I'm gonna clean this mirror, so I think it needs to be clean. And clean this wall, cause I noticed that like, I did not know this, but instead of blowing out your candles, put the top back on your candles because that smoke in the air, even though you can't see it, you'll end up seeing it. Cause look, this came from the smoke in the air. I don't know if you guys can see, but my like base to my salon chair was up against this wall and like the plastic I think attracted like the smoke and it got on the wall. And how I know it was that from the candle and how it traveled all the way over there is because of this. Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck when you see this? But I'm gonna clean it. I know how to clean it, but look at this. This is crazy. Look at the hell, what the hell happened over here. Do y'all see that? I don't know if y'all can see that, but do y'all see that? Hold on. But do y'all see that? Crazy. So I have to clean that. I was like, oh my God, am I gonna be able to clean this? But yeah, I'll be able to clean it. Lord, and that all came from this because I blew the candle out. And instead of just putting the top on it, I blew the candle out and like all the smoke was like, Lord have mercy. You guys really enjoyed my last try on haul in my previous vlog. It was my TJ Maxx / Skims dupes try on haul. And this try on haul is just going to be a combination of a few things that I got from a couple of different places. But first and foremost, I want to show you guys this bag that I forgot to add in my last TJ Maxx try on haul. It's so cute, it's so chic. Hold on. Like, look at this bag. Look how cute this bag is. And I got it from TJ Maxx. Kindred's TJ Maxx is literally the freaking GOAT. Do not sleep on TJ Maxx. You can always find some really good finds in TJ Maxx. This bag is super cute. It was definitely giving me like Big Mama Bottega vibes or whatever. But yeah, this bag is super cute, and it wasn't that expensive. Well, I think it was probably like $50 or whatever. I can't really remember. I'm gonna go look at the receipt and put the price right here. But this bag is so cute. I haven't worn it yet, but I'm super excited to. I want to. It's already in its last hole, but I want to make another hole because I want the bag to actually be able to adjust as like a shoulder bag and not like a crisscross bag. Like, let me show you. I would really like for the bag to kind of be like this short. Like, I think this is so cute without obviously the long strap. I think this is so cute. So that's what I'm gonna do with this bag. Oh, so cute. And I can wear it like this. And I can wear it like this. And like this. And like this. And yeah, moving on. This is another really cute double-sided bag. It's literally 2 bags in one. It has an opening here and an opening here. One side is white and like suede. This side is like cream and like crocodile material. And then the handle on the bag is super cute. It's metal, it's silver, and it's kind of like resembling like the part of the zipper, like the flip part of the zipper that always gets stuck or broken. Yeah, this is so cute. I thought this bag was super cute. I got it from Minimalistic. Y'all, I talk about Minimalistic all the freaking time. I've been wearing their stuff a lot lately, like even in my vlogs. Every time I like wear something, I'm like, oh, I got this from Minimalistic. So this is like one of their bags that I got. Super cute. You guys have never seen this bag. I don't know if it's like too bright in here, but hold on, let me see. And then moving on, this bucket hat I got from Minimalistic. You guys have seen this probably in my second to last video, I think. Yes, in my second to last video. Yeah, this is cute. But let's just move on to the clothes now. Let's have fun. Let's have some fun now. Hey Google, play Poison.
Playing Poison on YouTube Music.
Girl, I must warn you, I sense something strange in my mind. Yeah, yo, situation is let's cure it cause we're running out of time. Tell them, baby. relationships they seem from the start. Yeah, it's all so deadly when love is not together from the heart.
But I did forgot one more thing. I also got this really cute bag from Minimalistic. It is so cute. I got it actually because I thought that it was the same like jean material as these pants, but it's not. And that is okay because I'm still gonna wear it with these jeans. It doesn't have to be the same exact denim, but it's close enough. And I think that is still very cute. Absolutely love it. It's like real denim. And it smells so good and so fresh. It also has a strap so you can wear it as like a crossbody purse, but I'm gonna most likely just wear it as a clutch. I think that it's so cute. So y'all cannot tell me that all the stuff, especially that I got from Minimalistic, is not fire. But honestly, everything that I mean, obviously I feel this way because I bought it, but everything that I bought is fire. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I'm not a finesser on my trial hauls. It's either I like the stuff or I don't. Mainly because I am spending my own money on it. So yeah, and even if I was spending my own money on it, I would still be honest. But yeah, this is so cute. But that's it for the trial haul, and that's really almost it for this vlog. After this, I'm actually just going to make myself some dinner. Now that I can really eat, I'm gonna make me some salmon, rice, and some a little bit of spinach or sauteed spinach, and have me a glass of wine and just relax for the rest of the night. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this trial haul and this just the entire vlog, because I want y'all to know that I am trying. It's like really hard. It's been really hard. You know it's hard out here for you when you trying to get this money for the rent. And the Cadillacs that gas money spent will cause a whole lot of Kendra's jumping ship.
I'm just saying I can be, yeah, one that you call and you talk to, girl. I'll share my world with you. If you wanna waste your time, waste your time with me. I mean honestly, open your eyes and see. If you wanna give it you what you need, waste your time with me. You can have all those days.
Well, today was an extremely long day. I had to pour me a glass of wine. This is something new that I'm trying. It's long back, but I've never had like this brand before. And I'm finally going to eat dinner because I'm starving. I think we're gonna do salmon, not I think, because I already just thought out the meat. So I'm gonna eat salmon, some rice, and sauteed spinach. And we're going to, after we eat, crawl into bed, get on my computer, respond to emails, finish editing this video, and go to bed. It'll be a long day tomorrow.
But I ain't take this shit out my goddamn. Hold on right quick, hold on.
Thank you.
It is something I like to share some ideas and thoughts with you. I'm not asking that you believe anything that I say. I'm not asking that you agree with me. I'm merely asking that you stand on and in the conversation that we'll share with you this evening. And if there's something that I say that can fit and work for you, I say use it. If not, discard it and let it be. Is that all right? Yeah. Say, that's fair enough. Very good. All right. One of the things I have realized, and many of us have, that if you want something out of life, if you want to change yourself, if you want to acquire something, if there's some goal that you want to reach, that is really not easy as some people will make us feel. That living your dream, changing your behaviors, overcoming negative habits, it's challenging. It's hard. That living alone is just very difficult. And once we begin to come to grips with the fact that living is difficult, life is very challenging. I heard a song once by a guy named Dimples called, "If It Ain't One Thing, It's Another." I say to you, if it ain't one thing, it's 12 others. Always something. You will never ever have a problem-free moment in life. Somebody said, and I like this, that you either in a problem or just left one or headed toward one. Anybody found that to be so? Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there's always something. So how do we begin to nurture that hunger? What are the characteristics or the qualities of people that are hungry? What will it take for me to get some of the things that I want? And being hungry for those things. Number one, you've got to work on yourself. It's very important that you engage in an ongoing process to develop you. Spend more time on yourself than what you've been spending. It's very important. You owe that to yourself. I was reading a book by Og Mandino called The University of Success. Read one line, gave me a chill. I didn't have to read anything else in the book. He said, many of us never realize our greatness because we become sidetracked by secondary activity. We spread ourselves too thin, don't know how to say no. And we find ourselves doing all kinds of things and never ever have time to do those things that we need to do to work on ourselves. And then there goes a second, there goes another second, there goes another second, and we can't stop and hold time. And before you know it, you wake up one day and you're behind on your dreams and your bills. So decide that you're going to take some time to work on you, that you deserve that from yourself, that your life deserves some prime time because you are creating your own production. As Michael Todd would say, you are the star of your show. You are the director. You're writing the script. And you will determine whether your life is a smash office hit or flop. You determine that. Working on yourself, talking to yourself. That's so very important. Overcoming the negative conversation, that inner dialogue that's going on all the time, even when you don't want it to be there. You can't stop yourself right now from thinking. You can't do it. It's going on. And so learning how to empower yourself, part of doing that is standing up to yourself. You've got to stand up inside yourself sometimes and say, shut up. You've got to do this. I was going to give a presentation, and this voice inside of me saying, you can't do this. You don't have everything it takes. I shut up. Yeah, I'm behind on my bills, and you're telling me what I can't do. I have got to do it. You'll get scared sometimes. Your mind will go blank on you. Some people you will allow to unnerve you. And you wonder, what's wrong with me? I'm not crazy. That's why you've got to learn to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to stand up inside yourself. Working on yourself, watching that inner dialogue, it will determine the quality of your life. I don't believe this. I know this. I've had a challenge of losing weight. I'm walking through the airport, this voice say, why don't you have some M&M peanuts? No! Well, just one. Then after you eat that, you might as well have a Snicker now, you sucker. I mean, it's challenging. My mother fixed the kind of sweet potato pie you can't eat with your shoes on. Have to take your shoes off so you can wiggle your toes. It sticks on my fingers. It says, eat it. One little bite won't hurt. That voice, constantly. Little demons from Colonel Sanders driving my car in there. I had to say, no. I'll diet tomorrow. I saw a skinny man get hit by a truck. Had he had a little bit more weight, he might have lived, you know. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Raise your hand if you know that. That voice is awesome. So you have got to stand up to that voice. When you're working on something you want to achieve, you have got to stand up to that voice. You've got to sell yourself every day on your abilities, on what you're doing, on the goal that you want to reach. You've got to sell yourself every day, according to your level of belief. It will manifest itself in what you're doing. Whatever we have right now, whatever we're demonstrating in our lives, is a result of what we believe subconsciously that we deserve. And part of increasing that belief level is that you have got to convince yourself every day. You've got to sell yourself. I do a lot of training for many corporations, and I conduct sales seminars, and I've heard all kind of guys doing techniques and training people techniques of how to close sales and how to work with and begin to control the sale and how to ask for the close. Let me share something with you. You can learn all the techniques in the world. If you don't believe in yourself, it won't happen for you. I learned all of it. So that's why I do a training called Focus on the Seller. You've got to focus on you. And as you convince you, as you sell yourself every day, you will begin to see a difference in the things that you're doing. Selling yourself on your ability to perform a job, to achieve a certain objective. Telling yourself every day, here I go again. And I got what it takes. This is my day. And nothing out here is going to stop me. And when you go out there, life say, come over here. Say it again. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. That brings me to the next thing. It takes courage to act. Part of being hungry when you've been defeated, it takes courage to start over again. I used to do door-to-door sales, and I was working with another friend of mine, and door-to-door sales, I mean, it's punishing. It's cruel and unusual punishment. And I was a little boy knocking on the door. Hello, would you like to buy a nice working television set? No money down? No! Bam! They slammed the door in your face. And the friend of mine that was working with me, they slammed the door in his face, and I looked back, and he was going to the car. He said, I can't do this. And he sat down in the car. And he said, you go ahead, I'll be here when you get back. Now, he had a mother and father to take care of him. My mother was ill. I am adopted. I was hungry. I had to go on. I learned something about myself. That when you step into your fears, somebody said, it was Winston Churchill, he said that courage is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. When you step into your fears and continue to push yourself to go on, something happens for you. It will enable you to transcend yourself. I went to the next store. You like to buy a nice working television? No! Bam! Went to the next store. No! Bam! After a while, I no longer took it personal. And I began to play a game. I said, well, I know there's a yes out here somewhere. And I'm going to keep on until I find it. And I'm not going home until I do. And I continue to knock on doors. And then somebody eventually would say yes. And I said, are you sure? And I would go in there and I would get the sale. When you have something you want to do, if you don't develop the courage to do that which has been given you to do, and you spend a lot of time going around trying to convince other people or trying to get their approval, what will happen is that you will lose your nerve. And other people will convince you that what you're doing doesn't have any value, and you'll give up on your dream. It's an interesting thing about life, I've also found, that if you don't have the courage to act, sometimes and particularly if you have something special to do, life will move on you. If it were not for life, I would still be a disc jockey. I didn't just leave voluntarily to go to the state legislature. I was fired. I was working on a job, and I came home one day. I was married at the time, and I told my former wife, I said, that guy Bert I work for is stupid. She said, if he's so stupid, why does he sign you a paycheck? Now, you see why I divorced her, right? I couldn't stand her. That night, I could not sleep well. Here was a guy that was controlling my life. I was going through all kinds of changes because this man controlled my paycheck. And it was Carlyle who said, truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Winston Churchill said, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but at the end there it is. And we know scripture that says, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And the truth that I had to come to grips with, that I wasn't in charge of my destiny. The truth was that I wasn't giving all that I had. The truth was that there are some things that I wanted to do, but I didn't have the courage to act on those things. And the truth was that Bert Childs was a blessing to me. He made life so miserable for me, I had to start looking at my life differently. I started going to work earlier. I started being the last one to leave there. I started working harder than anybody else. The other guys could not. Why would you work so hard, Les? I said, I'm not working for them. I have been cheating, Bert, I thought. I've been cheating myself and my family. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, do it with everything that you have. Develop the habit of giving more than what you're paid for. Develop the habit of setting standards that others will be measured by. Someone said, do not go where the path may lead, but go where there's no path and leave a trail. All right? It is easy to be negative today. It is easy to have low morale today. I was at a corporation and they're going through downsizing and going to lay off some 1,500 people over the next few weeks. It's very depressing there. And those people that stay there 9 times out of 10, they're just going to do just enough to keep from getting fired. Anybody can do that. But if you can begin to harness yourself and say that where I am, I'm going to do the best I can with what I got, because that is an expression of who I am. If you get into the habit of just being mediocre, it will become a part of your consciousness. If you get in the habit of giving less than what you have it within you to give, it will begin to reflect itself in your personality. It will begin to damage you psychologically. And you don't want to be a part of that kind of self-destructive behavior. And so you want to set some high standards for yourself. The next thing, part of what feeds that hunger, you've got to develop a sense of urgency. Aurelia said, stop living your life like you have 1,000 years to live. In life, you're either here today and you're gone today. If there's something that you want to do and you can't do it all at one time, do just a little bit of it. I like what Robert Schuller says. He said, by the yard it's hard, but inch by inch, anything is a cinch. Do just a little bit of it. A friend of mine, Bobby Kerr, used to be a roommate. Bobby wanted to go into the area of public relations. He loved working with the public. Young lady he wanted to marry named Clarice. Bobby was a great procrastinator. Pretty soon the job where Bobby worked, they transferred him to another location. He went out to celebrate with the people on that new job site. And Bobby suffered a massive heart attack and died. Bobby didn't drink and didn't smoke, was under 40, and he died. Ask you a question. How much time do you have left? How much time do you have left? When you start thinking about that, we don't know. We don't know. Bobby took all the greatness and all of the talent and all of his abilities to his grave with him. One of the things he could have put in parentheses under his name, he didn't use all his stuff. And most of us do that. Most of us don't use the stuff that we have brought into the universe. And we want to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to start living life with a sense of urgency and using what we've got. Using ourselves up. Sharing what we brought into the universe to share. Because if we don't, nobody else will. Stop wasting valuable time. Knowing that if we begin to live our lives as if each day were our last, our lives will take on a whole new meaning. It take on a whole new expression. Valuing each moment that we are blessed with. The next thing that begins to nurture that hunger, honor yourself as your word. Don't give your word out lightly. When you throw your word out there and you don't honor it, it makes a statement about you. If you decide to maintain a sense of integrity with yourself, that if I speak it, I'm going to live it. It's who I am. And I'm going to be very cautious in how I give my word to others, and most of all with the commitments that I make to myself. Because I want my life to reflect my words and honoring who I am and what I express. Another challenging area in terms of nurturing and developing that hunger in yourself is learning the art of becoming single-minded. Learning how to concentrate. Learning how to focus in. And you'll be surprised at the things that you're able to do. When you learn how to block things out, when you learn how to keep thine eyes single, you'll be surprised at the ideas that will come to you, of the people that you'll be able to attract, of the opportunities that you'll be able to see. You'll begin to see things that have been standing there looking you in the face, say, I can't believe this has been here all this time. Here's a habit that I do. Maybe it might be of some value to you. I get up in the morning and I start writing what great ideas that I can think of today that can improve me and that will enable me to reach my goal. And I just let my mind flow. Sometimes I write 15, 20 ideas. Some days it's more difficult than others. One idea can change your life. One idea can turn your life around. Deciding that you're going to focus to develop your skills. A guy was the new owner of a baseball team that was in the basement of the league when he took it over. He went to the pitcher and he said, what is your best throw? He said, well, I got a good curveball and I've got a good fastball. And he went on talking about his different throws. He said, but tell me this, what is your best throw? He thought for a moment. He said, I've got a good fastball. He said, that's all I want you to work on. Nothing else. Just develop your fastball. The next year, they went to the World Series. Most people don't know where their fastball is. Most people go through life never discovering what their talents are. Most people never develop their talents. They have skills and abilities, but if you don't nurture them, If you don't develop them, they will never serve you. Your gifts can take you many places if you develop your gifts. Most of us don't like to do those things that come easy to us. I've always loved to talk to people. I decided, taking this advice, to develop my skills as a speaker. And my gift has developed and it's taken me many places. You have something that you brought to the universe. And that if you decide that my life deserves my developing this, what I do well, and becoming the best at it, and mastering myself, and seeing what I have within me, if you decide to drop your buckets where you are and develop your gifts, I grant you, you'll never ever be without. I grant you that your gifts will take you places that will literally amaze you. I grant you that if you begin to work to develop your gifts, you'll develop a strong sense of happiness. You'll get a larger vision of yourself. Because part of beginning to get a larger vision of yourself, all of us need some area of our lives where we can have a feeling of competence. That people know when they think about this area, that's something you do. That you eat and sleep that. And that you do that. You do that. And people know it. And you know it. And you know that you know this. If you don't know anything else, you know this. Can you tell I know what I'm doing? Oh, hello. You know this. So you've got to work on it. When other folk are having a good time, you've got to have the strength of character to concentrate, to read, to digest information. If you decide in any particular area that you're concerned about, to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to read one book a month in that area, in 5 years, you'll be among the top 5% experts in the world. I read a minimum of 2 books a week. The average American reads only 1 book a year. If you decide that area that you love, that you are going to master that particular area, in this era of accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competition, as you begin to develop and expand your skills and your talents and your vision of yourself, you will always be in control of your destiny. The next thing is, whatever it is that you want to do, you want to do it massively. I have a friend who was telling me that his sales were down. I said, well, how many phone calls you make a day? He said, 25. I said, double them. Make 50 or 75 or 100. He said, oh man, that's just too much. I said, what do you mean too much? You behind on your bills? You're talking about too much? You know one way to get back on your feet real quick is to miss 2 car payments? You talking about you're tired? There's no competition out here. Decide that you're going to push yourself. Most people won't do that. Most people give up on themselves easily. You know the human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. They asked Benjamin Disraeli, a man who became the head of a country at a time when Jews were not allowed out after 10 o'clock. They said, how did you do it? How did you achieve it against such great odds? He said, nothing can resist the will of a people that will stake even their existence on the extent of their purpose for good. That when you have a made-up mind, when you decide that you want to do something, I was reading something the other day, he said, the power to hold on in spite of everything, the power to endure, this is the winner's quality. The hunger, the ability to face defeat again and again without giving up. This is a winner's quality. You have that quality within you. When you're hungry, you don't care about the facts. You don't care about the odds. Doug Williams played for the Washington Redskins, quarterback. John Elway of the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl. Everybody was talking about Elway. After the Super Bowl, when Doug Williams made a historic passing game, they asked him, said, how were you able, in spite of all of the negative publicity saying that you couldn't win, how did you do it? He said, I ignored my critics. I just didn't pay any attention to them. I ignored myself because they kept on saying it so much. There were times I doubted whether or not I can do what I needed to do. There's a Doug Williams in everybody here. There's greatness in you. And you've got to learn how to tune out the critics outside and the critic inside. And since I'm going to do this, I'm going to harness my will. And I'm not going to let anything stop me. I deserve this. I'm going to do it until. And this friend, I told him, said, start increasing your calls. I said, I make 100 calls a day. I got a callus in my ear. My ear kind of dark. You can't see it, but it's there. His sales have increased. He's working harder now. The other thing is that if you want something, you have got to be relentless. You've got to learn how to become resourceful. You've got to learn how to become creative. When crises strike in your life, and in the Chinese language, crises mean danger, but it also means opportunity. And this is an opportunity for you to grow. And you've got to be so relentless, regardless of what comes down the pike, that you're always looking for a way to get over, always looking for a way that you can break through, always looking for a way that you can win. And always looking for a way that you can strike a telling blow. And pretty soon, I think there's some people watching us in the universe that say, wait, let's call a meeting over here. You know that guy Mustafa? Look at him down there. He won't stop. Just that fool don't know he can't get over. Look here. Why don't we do this? Let him go and let's mess with somebody else. Just let him go on through. Life will just get tired of whipping you sometimes. And just say, let's just let this one go. I believe this. Now, no one has told me this, but I just kept on kicking. I didn't have sense enough to stop. I was intelligently ignorant. I didn't know what I couldn't do. So I just tried anything. And the fascinating thing about life, because you can't get out of it alive, you might as well have a good time, you know? You might as well have a good time. Live your life with passion, with some drive. I was giving a seminar the other day, and I mentioned that I was going to do some training in August with some young teenagers and take about 100 away to a 2 or 3 day camp and wipe them out. Been working on this. So after the speech, one of the parents walked up to me and said, Mr. Brown, I'd like for you to do something for my son. He's not motivated. I said, I wonder why. I wonder what's wrong with him. He had no fire whatsoever. See, what you do speak so loudly, folk can't hear what you're saying. And so if you don't have any fire, you know, you've got to watch the people, the relationships that you develop. Have people of kindred mindsets. If you're around folk who are dead and negative all the time, they will affect you. You want people that are around you that have smiles on their faces, looking good. I was telling a group last week, Abraham Lincoln refused to hire a guy because of his face. They said, but the guy can't help it. He said, anybody over 30 is responsible for their face. If you have some depressing face looking at you every day, it affects your blood pressure. Keep these dead faces away from you. It's contagious. This is serious. So you've got to watch your countenance, watch your face, have an uplifted expression, watch your body posture. All of these things affect you psychically. You got to be the kind of person that you are fearless. Fearless. Folk leave fearless people alone. There's some people walk through a neighborhood and every dog in the neighborhood would bark at them. But there's some people come through and ain't nobody gonna mess with this. You are unstoppable. And because you are unstoppable, because you've got power that you haven't even begun to use yet, you owe it to yourself to release your brakes. How many of you have the experience of pulling out of your driveway and you mashed on the accelerator and the car was just going, and couldn't move, and you mashed harder and it couldn't move, and then you discovered you had your emergency brakes on, and then you release those emergency brakes and it goes, choo. Have you ever had that experience before? Most of us go through life with our brakes on, holding back, not giving all that we have, not sharing all of ourselves. Most of us go to our graves still holding on rather than releasing it. What are some of those things that keep us from releasing it? Because of past experiences, past defeats, past pain. We look back, well, it didn't work out then. It probably won't work out now. Many people get confused their performances with who they are. I was reading Pat Riley, the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. But you're going to like this quote here. After the Trailblazers had blown them out of the water, and I'm sure he said this last night, they asked him, how do you feel? He said, tonight we were exposed for what we are right now. You see? That if my speech tonight doesn't work, it doesn't mean that I'm a bad speaker. It means that what I did didn't work tonight. And I've got to separate what I do from who I am. And I've got another shot. See, the last chapter to your life has not been written yet, and it doesn't matter about what happened yesterday. It doesn't matter about the things that you've done that you feel guilty about. If you wouldn't do it today, you're convicting an innocent person. You've been reborn to a new state of consciousness. And as they say, if we knew better, we would do better. And so you begin to decide, I'm not going to be denied. I remember, and I was telling someone, and they asked me, would you repeat that again? I was interested in going into broadcasting. I'm adopted. And that was my key out. I wanted to make my mama proud of me. I was very much appreciative of what she's done for my brother and sister and I. And that was my way out. And I went over to a radio station, asked a guy and told him that I was interested in broadcasting. He looked at me in my straw hat and my overalls. He said, you have any broadcasting background? I said, no, sir, I don't. What do you do? I cut grass. Young ladies asked me what kind of work I do, and I was working on a garbage truck. I say, well, I'm a sanitary technician. He said, we don't have any job for you. I decided that was something I was going to do. I decided I'm unstoppable. I'm going to go up in here and I'm going to do this. I started going to the radio station every day, developing a relationship with the people that were doing what I wanted to do. And that's what I encourage you to do. Whatever area you want to go in, find people that are doing it the way you want to do it and develop a relationship with them. When I decided to go in this area, I wrote letters to Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, to Zig Ziglar, to Dennis Waitley, all of the giants in this area. And I said, this is something I want to do. I've been following your career. Would you help me? Dr. Norman Vincent Peale answered my letter, did an article on me, wrote about me in the most recent book that he issued, and done many broadcasts about me. I'd wanted to develop a relationship and rapport with those people that were achieving those things that I wanted to achieve. By the same token, I would go to the radio station, and I developed a relationship with the guys. And they used me as an errand boy when they needed some food or someone to go pick up entertainers that came into town. Temptation singing My Girl, Jerry Butler singing For Your Precious Love, Sam Cooke singing Darling You Send Me. I would pick up the entertainers at the airport and driving around in the disc jockeys, big Cadillacs. They didn't have any driver's license, but I was acting like I had some. Every day I used to go home and work on my communication skills, developing myself. It was Whitney Young. He said, it's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. Start working and developing yourself now and prepare yourself for what it is that you want, because you expect to get it. And when the disc jockeys were in the control room, I would go in and watch them and develop a trust level, and they would let me stay, and I would watch and observe them working the controls. When you want something out of life, don't worry about how you're going to get it. How is none of your business. The most difficult thing it is to hold the vision. It's to hold the vision. So there I was at the radio station. A guy was on the air and he started to drink by the name of Rock. I was outside the window looking at him and watching. Hungry and ready, saying, drink, Rock, drink. Pretty soon the phone rang. It was the general manager. I said, hello? He said, Les, this is Mr. Klein. I said, I know. He said, Rock can't finish his program. He's slurring his words. I said, I know. Can you work the controls until one of the other disc jockeys come in? Would you call them? I said, yes, sir. I hung the phone up. I said, now he must be thinking I'm crazy. I called my mama and my girlfriend Cassandra. I said, y'all come out on the front porch and turn up the radio. I'm about to come on the air. I waited about 15 minutes. I called him back. I said, Mr. Klein, I can't find nobody. He said, well, why don't you go in there and work the controls until they get there? And don't say nothing here. I said, yes, sir. I couldn't wait to sit down at that turntable, Mustafa. I said, look out, this is me, LB, Triple P, Les Brown, your platter playing Papa. There were none before me, and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified, bona fide, and indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. I was hungry. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, you've got to be hungry. Well, y'all something else. You hear me? You want to be persistent about what it is that you want to achieve. Alexander Graham Bell said, what this power is, I cannot say. All I know is that it exists, and it becomes available only when a man or a woman is in that state of mind in which he or she knows exactly what he or she wants and is fully determined not to quit until they find it. When our children are learning how to walk, how many times will your baby attempt to walk and fall and you just say, just sit down, don't try anymore, you've fallen 20 times. Just sit down somewhere, busting your lip and everything, getting in folks' way. When will a baby walk? It will walk when it walks. That's when it will walk. Les, when will you be known nationally as the motivator? I will be known when I'm known. That's when I'll be known. Don't get caught up in, well, I've tried it 4 or 5 times and things didn't work out. If there's something that you want and you're hungry for it, you've got to do whatever is necessary until. And when you give the best you can and that's not enough, you must do what is required. And don't give up on yourself. Don't throw the towel in so quickly. Many people give up on the 1-yard line, where if they have the determination just to keep on knocking. It's a funny thing about life. If you're home one day and someone is knocking on the door and you say, I don't want to be bothered today, and if that person just keep on knocking, can you believe that fool's still knocking? Pretty soon you say, what is it? What do you want? And that's how you've got to be about your dream. Some people, well, I guess ain't nobody home. I knocked on the door, but nobody came. I heard the television on and people were moving around, but I guess opportunity probably went out the back door. Oh, no. See, life is not just that simple. It's not that cut and dry. And that's why most people never realize their personal greatness, because they're casual about life. And when you are casual about life, you will end up a casualty. Life is serious business. So I encourage you to be persistent, to not decide that, well, I've done the best I can. I guess I just can't have it. Don't make that decision. Many of us make premature decisions about ourselves. Calvin Coolidge said something, a man who was a president that was not known for his eloquence or making any historical decisions, but something he wrote about persistence. And he says, press on. Nothing can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. The world is full of unsuccessful people with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education alone will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. There's a person that is the embodiment of persistence and determination. A person who decided that some time ago that I'm not going to take anything to my grave with me. I'm going to use myself up, and I'm going to give and give and give until my last breath. This summer, I'm going to be working for her and with her doing training, teaching young people techniques and strategies on how to manifest their personal greatness, teaching them techniques and strategies that will change them at the subconscious level, changing their value systems, and let them see the major role they can play in society. Let's give Mrs. Rosa Parks a round of applause, if you please. Here we are in the presence of greatness. Mrs. Parks, people over here couldn't see you. Would you come up? Could you? She's such a beautiful person. Beautiful person. I encourage you to see Mrs. Parks and Mrs. Elaine Steele about the Rosa and Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development. If you're interested in your children participating in that, they have some information over here to share with you. It is just fascinating and just a blessing to have this woman when a lot of folk who are giving up. And here this year she celebrated her 75th birthday and still has a dream of being an instrument of change. And there is a Rosa Parks in all of us who made a decision at one point in time, standing on the platform of oughtness, as Immanuel Kant talks about in a book called Critique of Pure Reasoning, that there's certain things we know we ought to do. We just know it. We owe it to ourselves.
Rain, and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, oh, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like I look into, when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret. Is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? Or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do.
Amazing.
Because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
Well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain when I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software, right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And there's a lot of different psychics, and I want to just back up on that thought, because some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural innate God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, okay, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational, or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, like, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
And
I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life. Amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone, but if they were to look, they would see that, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged. our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, and I mean, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life, and I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ears super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, I mean, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. It'll work in little one square at a time, but it's like that. Meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can anybody that's listening be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us, and those are stored in your archive. Accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing, or is that me?
You. No worries, though. No stress.
Okay, sorry about that. We can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where, as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash because you were thinking it and oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or
Right.
missing opportunities. Or so we're just nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our
Mhm.
spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next
Right.
step is key.
Right. And I love
The trauma is when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this
Right.
present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage you used to articulate that thought, but it was like we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things, you can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key. And it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world and they've got this happy face on and they're perfectly groomed and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters, or they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening. Right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them. They don't know where that is. That's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall. And they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
because we're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded.
Yeah.
And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, somebody shut something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head. Because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. But what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide.
Right.
So that's what happened. It's their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is, I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's the process.
So those are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there.
Yep.
So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's chakri-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. To all the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to all of Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do it.
That's it. Go do it. Go do it. Be present.
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Zach. It's such a joy.
My pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year. And we'll connect again soon.
In this lecture, we're going to be talking about emotional intelligence, how to control and manage your emotions. A lot of you are familiar with the term IQ. What if I tell you that nowadays there's also something called EQ, your emotional IQ in a nutshell? This concept of emotional intelligence that back in the day wasn't that important is becoming one of the most crucial factors when it comes to our daily lives. In one of the best books written by Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and you might be familiar with it, I was reading the book, and then there's something about emotions that really grabbed my attention. The author says emotions are disturbance. Whatever you want to do whatever you want to say, if it's affected by emotions, it will be completely different. I gave an example in previous lectures where my marketing professor said, if you ever feel depressed or sad, of course, depression is not an emotion. When we talk about emotions, we talk about fear, anger, sadness, joy, disgust, surprise as well. So in this case, we're talking about sadness, for example, or anger. And what the professor said, don't work on anything related to marketing if you're feeling angry or sad. And the reason why is because when you're having these emotions, they block your creativity. When you're stressing out about something and you keep thinking about it over and over and over again, even if you're writing a test, even if you're trying to study, even if you're trying to write a book, you have days where there are things that whatever you do, you can't stop thinking about them. And the reason why is because they are triggering emotions inside of you, which is causing disturbance. It is disturbing whatever you're doing. It is disturbing your tasks, of course. It's disturbing your stream of thoughts, and it's disturbing your body chemistry. If you have feelings of joy, you're going to feel a dopamine rush inside your body. You're going to feel euphoria. When you feel surprised, you might have feelings of being overwhelmed. You might, if something surprised you in a scary way, your heart might be beating fast. Of course, when you have the emotions of fear, you might get sweaty, you might start trembling. All of that to make you understand that emotions are not just random feelings that you get. Emotions are powerful. They can change everything. If you wake up every day feeling emotions of joy, no matter what's happening in the world, you wake up and you're feeling joy, your life would be so much better. But if you wake up every single day and you have emotions of sadness, your life is not going to be as good. You're not going to have the same motivation, the same drive, the same work ethic that you would have if you were feeling happy, if you were feeling emotions of joy on a consistent basis. And the thing about emotions is that, to an extent, you can't always control them. But what you can do is that you can be intelligent about it. You can know how to use your emotions to your advantage and control them to an extent. Nobody will have emotions of joy when they break up with somebody they love. Of course, unless the relationship was toxic and they wanted to break up. But if the person was in love and they wanted to stay with the other person and then they break up, you can't avoid feeling a bit sad. Even if you have a lot of emotional control, it gets to a point where you're going to feel some emotions, but you need to know how to be smart about it, how to overcome it, how to not let it affect you. Now, adding to that as well, organizational behavior theories and research that basically deals with all the factors that can contribute into having a better organizational structure, keeping the employees happy and keeping them effective and efficient so they can finish the work really well, finish the work faster, and at the same time be happy and be comfortable where they are. And when I was going through different organizational behavior studies, I ran across something really important. In organizations, and of course, in life, there's a difference between emotions and mood that people usually mix up. Emotions are short-lived feelings that come from a known cause, while moods are feelings that are longer lasting than emotions, of course. And there's no real starting point for its formation. Emotions, as we said, can include sadness, joy, feeling happy, feeling sad, while moods are kind of different. You either have a positive mood or you have kind of a negative mood. And sometimes you can experience both of them at the same time. Even when you have a bad mood and you feel like you don't want to do anything, you're being very negative about everything around you. And then your kid or your partner or your friend looks at you with a genuine smile and you feel happy, you feel joy for a second. You feel this warmth in your heart. Even though you're in a bad mood, you still feel the emotions of happiness, even if it's for a brief moment, but you did. And of course, in contrast, when you're in a good mood and something bad happens, you find out that the exam that you wanted to get an A+ on, you got an A-. So you're kind of a little bit disappointed. And even though you're in a good mood, you might feel a little bit sad, but your good mood will help you boost it up. And usually, you can explain your emotions. You can explain why you're sad. You can explain why you're happy, because you know what's going on. When you feel emotions, there is always a source where these emotions came from. There's always something that happened that triggered these emotions. But moods, when somebody is in a bad mood and you ask them, why are you in a bad mood? Most of the times, the answer is, I don't know. Most people don't even know why they are experiencing this bad mood. They have absolutely no explanation and they can't seem to control it most of the times. And because moods cannot really be linked to any specific cause, at one point, a lot of people mix between being a moody person, which means a person whose mood fluctuates a lot, and somebody who suffers from bipolar disorder. People can't explain moods where it got to a point where they put them on the same equivalency as a mental health disorder. A lot of times, I know a lot of people who referred to people who have a lot of mood fluctuations as people who are bipolar, when in fact, it is not true. Mood fluctuates a lot. Of course, some people experience it more than others, and this, of course, is linked to different factors. That includes the environment where you're living, even lights. A lot of people during winter, they get these bad mood phases because there's no sun and they feel like everything around them is dead, especially when it's cold and there's nobody out in the streets. They feel bad moods and they can even experience a lot of emotions, like they might feel sad, they might feel lonely at one point. And to top it off, there's also a difference between emotions, moods, and feelings. There is a difference between being angry and feeling angry. There's a difference between saying, I feel cold, and I feel cold. One of them is physical, and the other one is emotional. Feelings are usually things that we feel. We feel on a physical level, not just on an emotional, psychological level. And another thing about feelings is that it can be influenced by your own personal experience, beliefs, cultural beliefs, and memories and recalls. And the worst part is, most of the times, it's subconscious. Your personal experience, your beliefs, and your memories are not things that you're consistently conscious of. They're things that are in your subconscious mind that you can't really control or see unless you do a lot of introspection. And what happens when you have some emotions that are triggered, then your subconscious mind spurs out all of these personal experiences, beliefs, and memories that are related to this feeling. Emotions, I mean. Your brain will spur out all the memories, personal experiences that are related to the emotions you're feeling. And based upon that, you will start feeling. Your brain will interpret these emotions and turn them into a physical phase. And of course, this is where neuroplasticity steps in. We have our mood that is influenced by a lot of factors. And of course, the influence of all of these factors on your mood depends on past experiences, on how each and every one of these experiences is wired in your brain. If every single thing, every single experience that you went through in your life triggered feelings of joy and excitement, nothing can put you in a bad mood. Of course, we're not talking about body chemistry. When we talk about body chemistry, you might get to a point where we're talking about mental health problems, and that's a completely different issue. When it comes to people who are suffering from mental health issues, and we are not talking about some very rare examples or in cases. Mental health, let's go according to statistics. We're going to go through the statistics of Canada only. The Canadian Mental Health Association states all these different things on their website. Mental illness indirectly affects all Canadians at some time through a family member, friend, or colleague. I'm going to include this article in the course for those of you who are interested in knowing more about it. Moreover, in any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. And approximately 8% of adults will experience major depression at some point in their lives. To top it up, about 1% of Canadians will also experience bipolar disorder or manic depression. The total number of 12 to 19-year-olds in Canada at risk for developing depression is at a staggering 3.2 million. And unfortunately, only 1 out of 5 children who need mental health services would actually receive them. And the problem is not the health system. In Canada, there's a lot of mental health awareness, and all the health services are free. You can get a psychiatrist, a psychotherapist, or a psychologist for free. And I know that this is not the case for a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries who culturally disregard the concepts of mental health illnesses, who consider mental health illnesses just as any mood or emotion and feeling, and can't really differentiate between all these different factors that can have different experiences on the human brain and the human body. So for those of you who are experiencing some symptoms of mental health disorders, if you have feelings and you feel like you just can't control them, you feel depressed and you feel switching in mood that is abnormal, you need to see someone. It's for your own good. Otherwise, you will live with this problem for the rest of your life, not being able to change it. Sometimes, very rarely, a change might happen without any use of medication or without talking to a doctor. It just happens through experiences and, of course, wiring. There are a lot of experiences that can affect you that would get you out of where you were. But the safest and best way to deal with it is to see somebody who is a specialist. Mental health disorder can disturb your emotions, your mood, and of course, your feelings. Now, going back to our topic of emotional intelligence, question is, after 30 minutes of talking, what is emotional intelligence in big? What is the big picture behind emotional intelligence? Well, it's basically the capacity to be aware of, to control, and express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships in an emotionally intelligent way. So emotional intelligence is not just about your own personal emotions, it's about the emotions that are coming from external stimuli, which means the emotions that other people are emitting. When you walk by someone who is angry, you can feel the emotions of anger. You can see it in his eyes sometimes. But when you pass by somebody who's smiling, has his head up, listening to some joyful music, well, you know that this person is probably experiencing emotions of joy. And the thing is, we're not going to go through feelings and we're not going to go through moods because both of them are mainly affected by emotions and experiences. By dealing with your emotions, you will deal with the experiences, and then automatically your feelings and your mood will work accordingly. So by now, you know that neuroplasticity is affected by emotions, big time. And we talked about this before. First-time experiences. What kind of emotions you felt during this first-time experience. This has a huge impact on what this first-time experience will do to your brain. This plastic brain that is vulnerable, especially when it comes to first-time experiences, if there's a huge load of emotions involved, there's going to be a strong wiring right there. And now the big question is, what kind of emotions did you feel? And we gave the example of going to the zoo before. When you went to the zoo and you got bit by a snake, you got emotions of anger, fear, maybe sadness. And what that did is it developed two fears. First, a fear of snakes. Every time you see a snake, you will have emotions of fear. And of course, emotions of doubt around zoos. You're not sure if it's a safe place for you anymore. And most probably, whenever you go back to a zoo, you'll feel uncomfortable. That's if The emotions were so strong, you might not even want to go to the zoo anymore. You might feel such a high level of discomfort that you just don't want to go at all. And the second idea is, it's not just about first-time experiences. And I know we already talked about this before, but for those of you who were not paying a lot of attention back then, this is crucial. And really, if you didn't listen to it before, go back and listen to it again and again until you really grasp the concept. Emotions are one of the most important concepts when it comes to neuroplasticity. So emotionally charged situations. I'm going to give a really far-fetched example that is, of course, it's reality. In case you have somebody who's really close to you who dies. This experience will have a lot of emotions involved. This is exactly what an emotionally charged situation will be like. There was a huge fight between Mike Tyson and Douglas. Douglas's mother died a few days before the fight, and she told everybody that he's going to win. That he's going to win against Mike Tyson. When his mom died, and there is, of course, a lot of articles and YouTube videos that talk about this experience because it's absolutely inspirational. After his mother died, he was so emotionally charged in a positive way. He didn't dwell and get sad. He felt a lot of motivation. He felt like he needed to make his mom proud. And in fact, he beat Mike Tyson. And afterwards, when reporters asked him how did he do it, he said, before my mother died, she told everybody that I'm going to win. And when I was in that ring, I had one of two choices. I either die with my mom or I live on to make her proud. Even though it was just a few days before his mother died, in these 3 days, a situation that is highly emotionally charged can start wiring your brain. And now, one of the obstacles that might stand between emotions and neuroplasticity is emotional instability and failing to keep up a consistency. And of course, we talked about this. Not being consistent will fail to ensure the linking between the different neurons and ensuring proper neural networks forming because of it. But emotional instability, which is exactly the opposite of emotional intelligence, is also one of the biggest problems, and it causes problems with consistency. When you have a lot of different emotions and you're unstable emotionally, you will experience a lot of different behaviors from yourself that can stand in the way of consistency. Now, emotional stability can be caused by current situations, by stress and anxiety and thoughts that you're having in your mind, so problems that you have to deal with. And of course, it can be caused by mental health issues, and we already talked about this. You need to find a professional that can help in case you feel that the problem is bigger than just controlling your emotions and it's something deeper, it's something on a mental health awareness level. But if it's something random, something that's causing you stress and anxiety, something that you're experiencing because there's a certain problem that you want to solve, don't focus on working and breaking your head over finishing work when you're feeling emotional instability. Deal with the problem first, finish the problem, and then move on to work. And in case you can't really find a solution for the problem, maybe you're waiting for something and you're anxious, you don't know what the result is, I would highly recommend a book called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. The biggest enemy of emotional intelligence is worrying, and which of course brings us to emotional instability. And this 352 pages book cannot be summed up in a few simple words. If you also feel like worrying is one of your biggest problems, getting this book would be a good idea, or looking at some articles to help you cope with this problem can be also a really good idea. I'm going to include an article that also talks about worrying and how you can overcome it. But I read the book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie, and that's why I'm recommending it. One of the best practices in the book that I always use is to ask yourself the following question. How bad can it get? Or what's the worst case scenario? Now, once you know what the worst case scenario is, you can't overthink it anymore because it can't get any worse than that. This is how bad it can get. And you need to know and understand that it can get to this point. And of course, you need to accept and understand, especially if it's something that you can't do anything about it. If you already wrote an exam and you're waiting for your grades, you can't do anything at this point. So look at the worst case scenario and accept it. This, of course, works when there's something that you're not very, very worried about. But as I said, the article will give you way more information and will help you way more if you want to cope with worrying. Now, once you really understand the concepts, the techniques, and the exercises of emotional intelligence, you can use emotions to your advantage and ensure emotional neuroplasticity enhancement. If you want to try to make working out a lifestyle, and every single time you go to the gym, you have emotions of sadness and irritability, you're most likely going to drop it and not go there because your emotions are not helping you. They're wiring bad ideas, bad experiences, bad emotions to the idea of going to the gym. But if every single time you go to the gym, you have these positive thoughts in your mind, how you want to look, what's your goal, where you want to get, and you keep this image in your head. When you have a certain body and you have a certain aspiration, a certain future body that you want to attain, keeping that in your head, thinking about it, thinking about how you would feel about it, having these emotions of joy and a lot of motivation linked to it, then you'll be linking neurons in a different way. Your neural structure and network will actually start to encourage you to go to the gym more. That's exactly why, before the gym becoming a lifestyle that you don't even have to think about, you're going to experience days where you just say, you know what, I don't feel like going to the gym anymore. But because you have a lot of emotions of joy involved with it, one of two scenarios would happen. One scenario would be that because the wiring is already starting, you will not stop going to the gym. You will just say, you know what, I don't have to skip, I can't skip, I have goals and I need to attain them, I need to achieve them. That's why I'm not going to skip and I'm going to go to the gym. And this is mostly willpower. Neuroplasticity is more automatic. When you're thinking about it and you have different ideas in your head, should I go or not? You did not reach a point where neuroplasticity has been perfected and working out became a lifestyle. Now, the other scenario, and this is also not linked to neuroplasticity, we're talking about the phase before neuroplasticity, you trying to reach the point where you're using your plastic, flexible brain to make out of exercising a lifestyle or consistent automatic behavior or habit. So in the second example, you feel emotions of sadness, you feel down. And when people feel down, you're not being lazy. That was the first case scenario. You were feeling lazy, you didn't want to go to the gym, but you used your willpower to go there. Now, in this scenario, you're feeling emotions. You're feeling emotions of sadness, emotions of fear, anger, whatever it is. And you just say, I don't want to go to the gym. These emotions will give you feelings, and the feelings might put you in a certain mood. And then you don't have the motivation and the willpower to go to the gym. And when that happens, this is exactly where emotional intelligence would step in. You have two solutions. One, you say, okay, I am sad. I don't want to go to the gym. I want to sit at home, watch Netflix, and eat ice cream. And the second scenario would be closing your eyes and thinking about why you started going to the gym, thinking about your why. Nietzsche says, he who has a why can bear almost any how. There was an entire book and an entire field of science based on the question, why? There's a book written by Dr. Viktor Frankl. The book is called Man's Search for Meaning. It's one of the most fascinating books you can ever read. It sold millions of copies, and it talks about prisoners' experiences in concentration camps and how the people who survived are the people who had a why. In concentration camps, usually you can't have positive emotions. You're always feeling anger and sadness. You're always having these bad emotions that would affect you in a negative way. What's the only thing that can give you good positive emotions at a concentration camp? Your why. What is your why? And just like worrying, figuring out your why is not that simple, especially when we're talking about the big image, the big question of why. Why do we exist? And of course, this gets us into existentialism, and it's an entirely different field of study as well. It is one of the most common problems nowadays. People are thinking about their existence and they're asking themselves a lot of questions. Back in the days, religion was way more reinforced, and the why was always explained through religion. But now that a lot of people are switching towards atheism and other stream of thoughts that don't follow religion, they started asking themselves the question, why? Why do I exist? What am I doing in this world? And when they don't find an answer, of course, they will feel empty. They'll feel like there's nothing to do in this world and they're just gonna live and die. And then a lot of people would suffer from depression. Some of them would even get to suicide. When in fact, it's not that complicated. From my experience and from what I've read, and I can assure you, I read a lot about a lot of books and a lot of articles, and I watched a lot of videos that talk about the question of why in life. Putting the concepts of religion aside, having a why in life, not just to know where you're going, but to know what you need to do every single day. But on a smaller scale, you can always figure out what your why is. Why do you have problems in relationships? Well, maybe because you're not ready to be in a committed relationship. Maybe you had past bad experiences that are still affecting you. You can figure out what your why is. Why are you going to the gym? Maybe you want to have a better body. Maybe you want to prove somebody wrong. Maybe you want to just improve your health and take care of your health more. Whatever your why is, when you go to the gym, you have a why. There's a reason why you're going to the gym. People do not just wake up and say, oh, I should go to the gym for no reason. So when you feel these emotions of sadness, close your eyes and think about your why. Letting go of the scenario where you would just sit at home and avoid going to the gym. And this is where most people, when they do this, they say, I don't feel like going today because I feel sad. Their brain gets adapted to it. The thing about neuroplasticity is that it's happening every single second. So when you drop the gym, when you say, I'm not going to go because I'm feeling sad, this is wiring your brain in a way that affects your willpower in a negative way. This will not give you a better mental state for you to be able to go to the gym tomorrow and be way better. In some cases, in some very rare cases, it is when there's highly emotional charged situations that you encountered that day and you just couldn't focus and just couldn't go to the gym. It's fine. But I'm talking about people who just do it as an excuse. When you close your eyes and you think about your why, you will start having feelings of, and emotions of course, of joy, of hope. And what you do is you just go to the gym. There's a lot of exercises that we're going to talk about in the section where we talk about habits to be able to push yourself and go to the gym. One of them, and of course we're going to go more through details later, the bracelet technique, where you have an elastic band on your wrists. And every single time you feel like you're trying to establish a habit of going to the gym and making it a lifestyle. And every single time you have a feeling that you don't want to go to the gym for any reason, you just close your eyes, you think about your why, and then you snap the bracelet on your wrist in a way that it hurts a bit. Of course, you don't want to cut yourself, but in a way that hurts a little bit, and then you just go to the gym. You stop everything, whatever you're doing, whatever you're thinking, you just stop everything and you go to the gym. And I can assure you, if you do this, if you have a goal of going to the gym and you have a why behind it, and you had feelings of sadness, you didn't want to go to the gym, and you were thinking about skipping, close your eyes, forget about the bracelet for now, just close your eyes, think about your why, think about it and feel it. Try to generate emotions from it, and then go to the gym. And if, when you finish the gym, if you don't feel at least 1% better than how you were before, keep it in mind that you did not skip and you're ensuring the plasticity to be working effectively. If you did not feel any positive emotions or you did not feel any better out of it, then you need to look at your why again. Sometimes your why is not strong enough. If the answer to your why is, I want to go to the gym, it's probably not a strong why. But when you have a reason, a why, and the answer is, I need to go to the gym. You don't just want, but you need to go to the gym. Then your why is on a whole new level. And when you have a why that you answer it with, I need to go to the gym, and you go to the gym, I can assure you, you are going to feel better. So what's happening right there is you experienced bad emotions, then you closed your eyes and you thought about positive thoughts that brings you good, positive emotions. A big part of it is being optimistic, of course. Looking at things from positive perspective can sometimes be hard. Most people tend to be negative when it comes to a lot of different things in their lives. There is a blog that has a lot of useful information on how to become more optimistic, and I'm also going to include it in the course. So in case you feel like you're not really optimistic, you can always go look at it. But the big picture is, regardless of what you are, if you're optimistic or you're pessimistic, whenever you feel bad emotions, one of the best things to do as emotional intelligence is to close your eyes and block everything. Block your phone, block your computer, block everything. Sit down in your room, close your eyes, maybe add some music. If you have any music that would encourage you, that would give you some positive emotions, any music that is linked to positive experiences that you love listening to, you might want to put this music, put the song, and close your eyes and think about why. Think about your why, think about positive emotions, think about where you want to be and where this particular thing that you're trying to avoid would take you. See, the thing about the brain is, the brain cannot tell the difference between reality and imagination. When you close your eyes and you imagine yourself at the gym lifting weights, your brain can't really tell the difference between, are you actually there or are you just imagining lifting weight? Of course, your body knows because you're not lifting any weight, but your brain doesn't really tell the difference between reality and imagination. So just imagining yourself at the gym is a start. Imagining yourself going to the gym and reaching the body that you want to reach, reaching the goal that you want to reach. I'm giving a gym as a general example. You can apply this on every single aspect of your life. But these emotions would reinforce the links. These emotions would ensure neuroplasticity. Even though you're not at the gym, but your mind is still getting the connection of going to the gym, and there's a reinforcement. There's a link happening between neurons, and the link is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, of course, I'm not saying you should just sit in bed and imagine yourself working out every single day and then out of nowhere is going to become a lifestyle. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is bad emotions can be met with positive, reinforcing emotions, and then these would give you a little push, some motivation, some willpower that you need to use to go to the gym. And when you go and you actually do the experience, not just mentally, but also physically, because as we said, imagination is one thing, but your cortical map is linked to different motor skills, from the fine motor skills to the gross motor skills. When you go to the gym and you bench press, this is a gross motor skill. When you go to the gym and you do some exercises for the forearms, usually this is a fine motor skill. Your perception, hearing the weights drop, hearing yourself pushing the weights and then dropping them on the floor, smelling, maybe the dumbbells smell a certain way, your visual perception of everything that's going on, your touch on the bar, all of these things would reinforce the neuroplasticity. And to top it off, the emotions. And that's why imagination can be really different than reality for your neuroplasticity. Even though it can help a bit, but it's nothing compared to what you will get in terms of actually going to the gym. So having emotional intelligence, having a high EQ, having a high emotional IQ will ensure better social skills, better focus and concentration, better mental wellness, and better life overall. when you know how to use your emotions, when you know how to control them, every single aspect of your life will change, and you know it. The example that we gave before, where if a person wakes up every single day feeling joy, his life will be completely different than a person who wakes up every day feeling sad, or from a person who feels sad twice a week. It's just common sense, right? So using emotional intelligence to work on your social skills. If you have social anxiety or you feel like you don't want to go out because you're being lazy, then you close your eyes and you think about your why. Why do you want to improve your social skills? You want to have maybe a bigger connection, a bigger network so you can reach more people. You have a business and you want to reach more people. Maybe you just want to make more friends. Maybe you want to become the cool kid. What is your why? And when you feel lazy and you want to have better social skills, you close your eyes, you think about your why, you reinforce it with positive emotions, and you just go and do it. And then when you're there, you're using your emotions, you're using your sensory and motor skills, and you're ensuring proper integration in your mind. Eventually, the goal is to ensure neuroplasticity, and you're walking on the right track. Same thing goes for focus and concentration. When you're having bad emotions, you will not be able to focus and concentrate a lot. But then when you have reinforcing emotions, when you close your eyes and think about why you need to concentrate and focus on a certain task you're working on, then it's a different story. You might regroup your focus and concentration. And this, you can apply this to, as I said, every single aspect of your life, whether it's social skills, focus and concentration, going to school, going to class, writing a book, public speaking, anything. To be able to eventually ensure better mental and physical wellness. And once that happens, you are working on an effective and efficient neuroplasticity method. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about a few techniques that you can also use to ensure emotional intelligence. And the first thing is, plan A is not guaranteed. Having plan B or and C can prevent negative emotions in case of disappointment and failure. I usually listen to motivational speeches that always say, don't put a plan B and don't put a plan C, put a plan A and put all your work into it to ensure that it works. And I admire these speakers and I admire every single word they say. But if we pause for a second and we think about it, isn't there a 0.1 chance that for any reason plan A might not work? This has nothing to do with being optimistic or being a pessimist. This has everything to do with being realistic. Now, the biggest achievements in the world were made when people weren't realistic, when they thought about what's impossible and they made it possible. So I'm not saying you should be realistic in that way where you shouldn't have high expectations and aim high. What I'm saying is, being realistic, we might know, and we know, that plan A is not guaranteed. Even though there's a very small risk, it might not work. But having a plan A where you're aiming for something impossible and you think that you can reach it, you think that you have what it takes to get there, do it. You need to do it. It's people like you who are going to change the world. People who believe that the impossible is possible. These are the people who will change the world. But if you don't have a plan B or a plan C, in case of failure, you will experience a lot of negative emotions. And not just from you, but for everybody around you. Nowadays, we live in a world where social media controls everything, where people celebrate their success on social media. People go out of their houses looking like absolute shit. Sorry for the word, but it's true. And then when they want to post something on Instagram or Facebook, they make sure that they look top notch, that they're wearing their best clothing, they look happy and joyful, even though they're feeling miserable. So having to deal with your own emotions of disappointment and sadness after failing, you also have to deal with your social image. How people will look at you, how you've been talking about your dreams and you're saying that you're gonna make it. And then everybody's gonna look at you and say, here's the guy who worked for 5 years and didn't make anything. Here's the guy who worked for 5 years. When we were in college studying, he was working on his business and now he failed. He doesn't have a degree and he doesn't have a business. when we have a degree and now we're going to find a job and we're going to start making money and life is good, this will make you feel bad. We compare ourselves to our peers and our friends without even noticing it because we live in a social media, Instagram, Facebook world where it's all about comparison. You see a new post, somebody posted something, it's your friend and you liked it, you would like the post, and somebody else would post something where they make you feel like they're kind of better than you, and you won't like the post. It will make you feel bad. But if you have a plan B, then it's an entirely different situation. Plan A is almost there, but having a plan B and working on risk diversion is always good, especially when we're talking about emotional intelligence. Sticking with a plan A and not figuring out any plan B or plan C is you taking an emotional risk. You diving into a puddle, not knowing how this might affect your emotions in case of failure. And I'll give you a very quick example, a very personal example actually. I started working on my business, on my social media and marketing agency about a year ago, and I was still in school. And I met a mentor that gave me an advice that changed my life. She was the one who explained to me how having a plan A and plan B is always a good choice for your emotional intelligence. I was talking to her. My business was growing and it needed a lot more work. And she knew it. And I said, I'm thinking about dropping out of college. I'm thinking about just dropping out of my program and focusing on my business. And then she asked me a question. She said, how positive are you that your business is going to work and make you a lot of money? I said, I'm very positive. And then she said, what if something happens that you cannot control and your business stopped working? Maybe you can't find any reason why your business might not work. But keep in mind, people who died never planned on dying. People who drove their cars at 120 miles an hour were not planning on having an accident and dying. They always thought that they have everything under control and that nothing bad can happen, nothing can make them die. But it's the things that you don't expect. It's the 0.1% risk that you don't look at that can actually destroy you. And then she said, carry on with your business and keep working on it, but don't drop out of college. Because if in 3 years your business fails for any reason, not saying that it might fail, but there is a 0.01 risk that it might, and if it does, you can have your degree and you can find a job to save some money so you can get back up and work again on your plan A. But if your business fails, you don't have a degree to get a decent job and get good money to be able to save. You maybe lost some money and now you don't have a degree. You need to find a job that's probably paying minimum wage so you can barely afford your living expenses. And you will find it very hard to stand back up and work on your plan A. Especially because when this happens, you will have emotions of anger, disappointment, and sadness. And usually, these are emotionally charged experiences. But when you have a plan B, the disappointment, the sadness, and the anger will not be as hard because you always know that you're working on your plan B to get to your plan A. I would never advise anybody to drop their plan A because usually plan A is what you want the most and you shouldn't stop working on it until you die. Every single person has a moral obligation to work on their dreams and their goals. These are the people who live life to its fullest. These are the people who, once they're on their deathbed, will not look back and say, I wish I had done this or I wish I had done that. So even though you're feeling down, even though you're feeling sad and you're feeling disappointed because you failed, you have a plan B that's supporting you. You go to plan B and you keep in mind your plan A. You're not going to stop. You know that you're not going to stop until you get and achieve plan A. So when you have a plan B, you will get back up, you will work again, and you'll be more likely to jump back into plan A and make it work. When I have a degree and my business fails, I can get a job that pays well, and I can invest money again in my company to make it grow, to fix the problems that I couldn't fix before, and then I can achieve plan A. And once that happens, once plan A is done, I have my business and it's working well. I always have my plan B in my pocket, which is my degree, which is the situation where for any case in the future my business failed again, I always have my degree to go back at it. And here's the beauty of it. Most people in college, they want to drop out of school because they want to focus on their business. But let's put it this way. Focusing on your business and going to college, and of course, this is just an example of plan A and plan B. Your plan A and B can be applicable on any aspect of your life, of course, just like emotions and experiences. So after following her advice, I was always in school and I was still working on my social media and digital marketing agency. And in fact, she was right. I got to a point where my business wasn't working the way I wanted to work. Things were not working according to plan. And I had to put some money into the business, but I couldn't because I was going to school, I was not working, and I was working on my business, and I had no source of income. But my plan B, the fact that I was pursuing my degree, plus all the experience that I got from building my business, got me an internship right away with one of the biggest marketing firms in Ottawa. And it all happened because I had a plan B. And once I got back into plan B, I was able to go back into plan A and grow it bit by bit. And now it's working well. It's not where I want it to be, but if I didn't have a plan B, maybe I wouldn't have the agency anymore. I couldn't get any money into the company and I couldn't grow it anymore, and then it would fail. So whatever goal you have, whatever you're trying to work on, whatever plan you have, sit down and figure out a plan B or a plan C if you can. Now, second thing is accepting the inevitable. Sometimes we can't control the situation. No matter how many plans we have, we can't fully control the situation. And then we need to adapt, we need to overcome and accept the inevitable. Because when something happens and you have no control over it, you have one of two options. You either dwell or you accept. And when you dwell, you're going to be stuck. You're not going to move forward when the rest of the world is moving forward. But if you accept and you move forward and you move on, you adapt and you overcome it, you will be wiring your brain in an emotionally intelligent way. You are learning to accept failure, overcome it, learn from it, move on, and grow from it. But if you dwell on it, you're going to learn that failure is bad, failure will make me feel sad, I want to avoid failure at any cost, and you just want to avoid failure because it doesn't make you feel good, and that's just our human nature. We want to avoid the things that makes us feel bad. And that's where most people would drop their dreams, where most people would not have such high aspirations anymore. They accept so little because they don't want to encounter failure anymore. And unfortunately, it becomes wired in their brain. The concept of not failing and the concept of security, it becomes hardwired in their brain. If your dad ever worked on a business and it failed and he dwelled on it for years and eventually started working full time, and you grow up and you say to your father that you want to start a business, he's not going to say, yes, go for it, it's going to be awesome. He's going to say, no, starting a business can be risky. You might fail, you might get disappointed. It's better to work on a degree and get a safe job. And did you ever pause for a second and ask yourself, why would he say this? He would say this because of the neuroplasticity process. His experience and the emotions that came with this experience, all the different motor and sensory skills that were involved and everything wired his brain in a way that he wants to avoid risk, aka he wants to avoid business because, well, business is risky. So even though you have a plan A or a plan B or a plan C, even though it's a very small percentage when you have a lot of different plans, but it might get to a point where all the plans didn't work and you don't have any more plans. And you need to accept your reality and look at your options. Look at what you can do to get yourself out of where you are and just start going back at it to go again to your plan A or to your plan B or to your plan C, or just change the plan entirely if you think that it's not working right. Moving on to the next exercise. Count to 10. A lot of you heard people say count to 10 before you say anything, or just take a deep breath. Nowadays it became just a slang that people would just say randomly. When they want to tell somebody to just chill down, they're like, dude, take a deep breath or count to 10, you know? But there is a lot of wisdom behind this technique. When you react based upon impulses, you are reacting based on your current emotions. And when you react towards your current emotions, you are reinforcing them. When you're mad at someone and they try to talk to you and then they start arguing with you, you know that the most probable result is that you guys are going to have a fight. If you start arguing back and you start screaming at him and shouting and having hand gestures, you're just going to get yourself more angry. The other person in front of you is going to feel also emotions of anger, maybe fear, or you might feel threatened. And you will also get affected by external stimulation. And before you know it, you find yourself having a huge argument, a fight, feeling even more angry at the person, and you guys had a fight and now you're not talking to each other anymore. But if when the argument starts and you know that you're getting angrier, you're getting more upset, and you know that most probably an argument is going to happen and eventually a fight. You guys are going to stop talking to each other or whatever. But instead of arguing back, if you count to 10, you just stare, not at the person, just stare elsewhere, count to 10, take a deep breath, and be aware of the emotions you're feeling. It's a very simple yet effective technique that you can use on a daily basis to ensure emotional intelligence. I promise you, this is one of the techniques that help me personally the most. This also applies to different examples. The example that we gave about the gym. If, let's say, we put the scenario in a way where you're having a conversation with the gym. The gym is saying, hey, come here, work out. And you're saying, no, I feel sad, I don't want to go. But then you stare somewhere and you count to 10 and you take a deep breath and you really become aware of your emotions. You're going to see that you're feeling sad. Most people never get aware of their emotions. They get sad, but they're not aware of their emotions. But when you get aware of your emotions and you know that you're feeling sad, you have the chance to change this. So when you're arguing with someone and you get upset, you're mad, you're angry, and you count to 10, you take a deep breath and you realize that you're angry, and you know that if you're angry, you're having these emotions of anger. If you're going to talk to the person more, it's going to result in a fight. And once you know the consequences, you need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it just because you're having some emotions? And as we said, emotions are usually short term. You have a fight with your best friend, 2 hours later, you guys text back and everything's working and everything's back to normal. So when you ask yourself, is it worth it? Are these emotions worth getting me to have a fight with my friend or getting the consequences that might happen? And most probably, most of the times, the answer is no. And once you figure out that the answer is no, think about something else. Think about something positive. Think about all the good things that the person did and not all the bad things that the person did. Think about why going to the gym would help. Why going to the gym would make you get closer to your goals, and not why going to the gym might take a lot of effort and a lot of energy and I just don't feel like it. It's easy and it's quick. You're not feeling okay, you're not feeling comfortable. Usually when you have bad emotions, you don't feel comfortable at all. You feel uncomfortable. And then you pause for 10 seconds. You ask yourself very quickly, what am I feeling? And usually when you ask yourself this question, you're going to find the answer right away. Once you find the answer, you ask yourself, what's going to happen if I keep having these emotions? What's going to happen if I keep being angry at the person? And also, the answer is going to be like a light bulb that lights up. You guys are going to have a fight. And is it worth it? The answer is no. And now you know that you need to switch up your emotions to avoid the consequences. And instead of screaming at the person, You would look at them, you would smile, and you would say, "Can I tell you something? I was really upset about 1, 2, 3 things that you did, but I love you a lot, and you're my best friend, and I don't want to have a fight, and I don't want to argue, but I just want to talk about these things because I got upset, and I don't want to have these feelings again, and I'm pretty sure that as a friend, you would understand this." Boom. Completely different scenario that can change everything. Maybe the first scenario could have led to a moment where you lost your friendship. And just because you counted to 10, you took 10 seconds, you changed the entire stream of actions and controlling your bad emotions. And guess what that does? You guessed right. It works better towards your neuroplasticity. You are reinforcing positive emotions and therefore positive habits. The goal behind neuroplasticity is to wire everything that is positive in your mind. Positive emotions, positive thoughts, positive actions, and through everything we're going through in this course, this is where you're heading. Now, the next exercise is to learn to say no. A lot of people don't know how to say no. You can trace this back to failed parenting strategies. You can trace that back to past experiences. You can track that back to guilt trips that you went through for saying no. When your friend asked you to help him with his essay and you didn't have the time to do it and you said no, and then he failed the class and he says, "If you only helped me, like I could have at least passed." This guilt trip that you went through, eventually, as we said before, our human nature wants to avoid all these bad feelings and bad emotions. So when you get wired, your brain gets wired at one point that whenever you say to somebody, when somebody asks you for something and you say no, a guilt trip will follow. Even if he doesn't say anything, just when you say no, you are going to feel guilty for saying no. There's even a book that I ran across at the library at the university, and the title is "When I Say No, I Feel Guilty." And of course, as we said, the way it happens is that it becomes wired in your brain. But you need to learn how to say no, and most importantly, learn how not to feel shame when you say no. And how do you do that? You control your emotions. You can use the count to 10 strategy, take a deep breath strategy, do some introspection, and understand that you're feeling shame, and simply switch back to positive emotions. Think about all the good things that you were able to do because you did not spend 6-7 hours working with your friends on an essay. And of course, you shouldn't always say no. If your friend needs your help and you have the time, you have nothing to do, you might as well just help them. But the problem is when you have some things to do and you don't know how to say no because you feel ashamed, and then you say yes at work when your boss asks you to do something and you just can't say no because otherwise you'll feel shame and you'll feel that you're not working hard enough and you're too hard on yourself, and then you got a lot of workload, and before you know it, you find yourself staying at the office till 9 at night. Why? Well, simply because you didn't know how to say no. I will also include an article about this, how to say no without feeling guilty, so you guys can take a look at it if this is one of your problems. But one of the strategies that I use is kind of different. The way I look at it is trying to help other people because eventually they will help you back. When you take 6 hours to work with somebody on his essay, if you ever needed something from them, they'll be there for you. Most of the people, of course. Some people are just full of BS and they just won't help you, even if you help them over and over again. But what happens when you want to help someone, but you're running short on time? He needs you to help him for 6-7 hours when you only have 1 hour to spare. This is where emotional intelligence would step in. Instead of going through the roller coaster of saying yes or no and feeling guilty or feeling shame or feeling pressure because you said yes, you can simply say this. Let's imagine 2 scenarios. Your friend says, "Hey, can you help me with my essay? I have it due tomorrow and I had to write 3-4 pages. I'm not sure how long it would take, maybe 5-6 hours, but I just really don't know what to do." And you might say, look, man, honestly, I have a lot of things to do and I can't really help right now. If you're working on your emotions, you might say this and not feel bad about yourself. You'll feel okay. You'll just think that, well, this is my right. I have other things that I need to do and I did the right thing. People who feel shame about saying no needs to work on their emotions and look at the article that I included. But the scenario that I would follow is the following. He would ask me the question and I would say, of course I can help you. There's no doubt about it. Just let me know. What's the essay about? And then he would say what the essay is about. And then you showed genuine interest that you really, really want to help. And then you say, okay, no problem. I got your back. Let me check my schedule. I'm not sure what I have to do later on today or tomorrow, but I'll let you know. Just give me a couple minutes. And then just think about what you have to do today and tomorrow. Think about if you have the time to help him or not. And if not, if you have some time to help him, maybe you have 1 hour or 2 hours. But the fact that first, you didn't show emotions of negativity. We said before how powerful the word no is. When you say no to somebody, most probably they're going to feel a little bit sad, because if they didn't have a 0.1% possibility in their head that you will say yes, they would have never asked you to begin with. After checking your schedule, you might say, look, I only have 1 hour because I have this, and that to do. So how about I help you with the curriculum so you can know what you're going to write about, and then you do your research and you go from there. Now, he's not just going to appreciate that you're helping, and he's not just going to owe you and he's going to help you in the future, of course, if he's a good person, but he will feel that you went over this to check your schedule and squeeze in your schedule, and you sacrificed an hour to be with him. And of course, to help him with his essay. In this case, you feel good, you're not pressured, you had an hour to spare and you spent it with him. Next time you might need something from him, he will be there, hopefully. He didn't feel bad, he didn't feel any negative emotions. In the contrary, he felt really good. He felt like you're a loyal person. He felt like you're somebody he can trust. He felt like you're a true friend, and everybody is a winner. And even if you don't have the time to spare, you have a lot of stuff to do. After you say, yeah, for sure, man, just let me know what's going on. What's the topic about? Okay, for sure. Let me check my schedule. And you check your schedule and you say, look, I have this, and that I need to finish today. And you precise what the things are. You say, I have to write my assignment, I need to get the groceries, and I need to help my dad with something. Instead of saying, I have a lot of stuff to do. Being precise is always better. It gives you more authenticity and you seem more genuine and more trustworthy. It basically just shows that you're not just saying no because you just don't feel like it. And even when you don't feel like it, you can also use this strategy because it's really helpful. And you carry on to say, I don't think I can help today, but I will try to finish things as fast as possible. And if I do, on the right time, I'll let you know, and then we can work on the essay. Of course, he's not going to feel as good as when you said, I have an hour and let me help you with the curriculum or with the outline of the essay. But he's not going to feel as bad as just saying, no, sorry, man, I can't. I have a lot of stuff to do today. And just try it. Next time somebody asks you to do something, try the first scenario, just say no bluntly and that you have a lot of stuff to do, and see how you feel and see how they feel. You feel negative emotions, just switch back, close your eyes, think about positive emotions, what you're going to do in this time, and move away from these sad and bad emotions. And try also the other scenario. Get excited, ask him questions, let him talk, let him see that you're interested, and then if you really have the time to spare, do it. If you have 6 hours, do it. If you have 1 hour, do it. Or if you don't have time, say, look, I have this, and that to do. I'm going to try to finish them as soon as possible, and then I'll help you. Then the person knows that even though you're not helping right now, but you have him on your mind, and you're going to try to finish things fast so you can help him. And even if you don't, he will consider it as Not a person who said no, not a person who just refused to help, but as a person who tried his best, but he just had a lot of stuff and he just couldn't help. You can add to it saying at the end, if you didn't find any time, you can call him or see him and say, look, I still have this to get it over with. If I don't find the time, I'm sorry, but next time you need anything, just let me know and I'll see what we can do about it. This is exactly what emotional intelligence would look like. You are taking care of your proper emotions. You're taking care of the other person's emotions in a way that, of course, the other person's emotions, if they're bad emotions, they will affect your own emotions, and we already talked about this. So you're being emotionally intelligent with your own emotions and with the other person's emotions as well. Now, going further more into emotional intelligence, some concepts that we already talked about and some concepts that are kind of new that we need to discuss real fast and that you need to keep in mind because they're also a part of raising your emotional IQ. And first things first, stop blaming others. When something happens and you blame others, you will feel helpless. You will feel that the other person had the control over the situation and you had no control over it. The reason why this happened is because of what other people did and not what you did. And you can never change what other people did, but you can always change what you are going to do. So if you got a bad grade and you just say, the professor just doesn't like me, or the professor is just too hard on the students, even when you're studying for the next exam, you're going to have these emotions where you're just going to think that even though you're going to study hard, and no matter how hard you study, the professor is not going to give you good grades. And this, of course, will affect the quality of your studying. But if you used your emotional intelligence and said, no, I don't want to blame the professor, I want to blame myself. Maybe I didn't study hard enough. Now, in this case, when you want to study, you're going to have emotions and a mentality that's saying you need to work harder, you need to study harder for you to get a better grade because it's all up to you. And this will affect the quality of your studying in an absolutely positive way, and you know it. You can control situations way better than other people. So stop blaming others, take responsibility yourself. Even when there is some blame to put on other people, try to work it out yourself because as we said, you have more control over yourself than over other people. And with control comes stability, and with stability comes stable emotions. Now, working in an emotionally intelligent way will help you get these positive and good emotions and wire your brain in the way that you wanted it to be wired. Second thing is avoid making excuses. And this is interrelated with stop blaming others. When you blame others, you are usually giving excuses. But it's not just about blaming others. Making excuses can be you saying, I can't go to the gym because I can't afford supplements. This excuse right there, you are committing emotional suicide. Because first, you're not going to the gym, and this will hurt the process of wiring and making out of exercising a habit or a lifestyle. And then you're getting more bad emotions in by saying, I don't have money. And all of this just because you wanted to make an excuse. But if you did not think about excuses, you want to go to the gym and you want to make it a habit, you don't look at excuses, you just look at executing. You just look at going to the gym and you make a habit out of it, even though results are not going to be the same, for example, without supplements. But in 3 months, when you save up some money and you buy supplements, you're not going to start from scratch. You're going to start from 3 months into the gym. You have good power, your body's getting better, you can lift more, and the supplements will help you even more. Third is learn how to communicate. And one of the most important techniques to learn how to communicate is, of course, to count to 10 when you're having bad emotions that might cause bad consequences that we already talked about before. And another way to deal with it, if you find that you have a lot of problems communicating with people, you might want to get Dale Carnegie's other book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's one of the best books I've ever read when it comes to influencing others, communicating, and building trustworthy, authentic connections on a daily basis. It would also help you avoid these arguments and all these situations that would actually hurt the relationships and affect the way you communicate in a negative way. And because this is also a very important topic and we communicate every single day, if we don't know how to communicate properly, it can cause us a lot of problems on an emotional intelligence level and furthermore on a plastic brain level. So there's going to be also an article regarding this problem. Now, the next technique is to embrace change. Most people are afraid of change. Sometimes people are excited to change, but most of the times when a sudden change happens in your life, you will not feel comfortable at all. And these bad emotions that comes with this unexpected change, you need to be aware of them, and to be emotionally intelligent, you need to switch them into positive emotions as we talked about before. Once you become aware of them, and this will bring us to the last technique that we have, which is focus on introspection. Focusing on introspection is basically you becoming aware of your emotions. Every single time you're feeling uncomfortable or you have some feelings that are making you feel bad, look into your mind and ask yourself, what's going on? What kind of emotions am I feeling? And then deal with it. Switch up these bad emotions into positive emotions that would actually help you. Look at change as an opportunity to increase your neuroplasticity. You have more experiences. That's one way to look at it. If you just look at change as an opportunity for you to enhance your neuroplasticity, to enhance your brain and build more connections and more neural networks, this by itself will make you embrace change instead of dwelling on it. And lastly, being optimistic. As we said, there's going to be an article about it to know more information about it, but it's one of the most important aspects when it comes to emotional intelligence and just kicking away the bad emotions. Being optimistic is just looking at the positive, and the positive would always give you good emotions. And this would bring us to the end of this lecture. Mastering these techniques. You need to make out of emotional intelligence a lifestyle that supports you, not drag you down. You need to use these techniques in neuroplasticity, reinforce desired actions with emotional charge and protection, and avoid network disruption by using prevention and adaptation methods. All the techniques, methods that we discussed in this lecture, if you use them and you understand them and you look into them in an emotionally intelligent way, it will not just help you on a day-to-day basis. It will not just help you with your mental and physical health, but if you are putting in the right actions that you want to wire in your brain, it can change your life when it comes to neuroplasticity. You will find yourself wiring all these actions way easier than you would if you were having bad emotions. The goal is to understand how important emotions are. And of course, that reflects in all the different examples that we gave. And to understand how to use it to your own advantage, which basically means how to be emotionally intelligent and how to focus on the good emotions to reinforce the desired actions. And a huge part of it is to also use bad emotions to prevent undesired actions. So when you want to stop something and every single time you do it, you enjoy it and you love it and you think about every single thing that you love about it and not the things that are actually hurting you, you're not being emotionally intelligent. When you want to stop smoking and every time you smoke, you have emotions of joy and that seems that you can't really control when in fact you can, you are not being emotionally intelligent. But if when you smoke, you feel shame of yourself, wanting to stop and you just can't. You feel shame about what you're doing to your body. When you're smoking and you imagine the smoke getting in your lungs and ruining them, when you imagine yourself getting a chronic disease that will hurt your health a lot, and you do all of these things while you're smoking, instead of having these emotions of joy, you'll have emotions of anger, sadness, disappointment. And the more you do it, if every single time you smoke, you think about these things, as we said, the human nature wants to avoid bad feelings. Bit by bit, you will start to wire this in, and every single time you want to smoke, you will have these bad emotions and bad feelings. And because the human nature wants to avoid it, this will help you if you're trying to quit smoking. Now, physical dependence on the nicotine is a different story. And it can be hard, especially when you're suffering from withdrawal symptoms. You'll feel a lot of discomfort. And you're going to learn way more about this in the habits section. How, when you have a physical dependency on something, how your body on purpose would make you feel discomfort and would make you feel like the only way to feel comfortable is to go back to the thing that you're withdrawing from, the thing that you have physical dependency on. And that's where most people would give in and they would just go back to smoking or whatever habit they're trying to stop. But for now, this is more than enough for you to understand and be emotionally intelligent. Work on these techniques and be consistent, and you will start seeing results in no time.
Good evening. My name is Doug Hanto, and I am the chair of the Surgical Ethics Working Group in the Center for Bioethics at Harvard Medical School. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, I would like to welcome everyone to our third Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, Ethical Considerations in Surgical Innovation. Over 1,000 individuals have registered for the conference from around the world, and we would like to thank you for getting up early, staying up late, and taking time off from work or leisure to join us this evening. I believe we have an exciting hour and a half ahead of us. I would like to review a few housekeeping items before introducing our moderator, Dr. Louise King, who will introduce our topic for this evening and our speakers. First, we would ask that you submit any questions that you have during the conference using the Q&A feature found in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. We would ask that you not use the chat room for asking questions. Selected questions will be discussed after all the presentations have been completed, or you may continue the conversation on Twitter using hashtag HMSBioethics. If you have any technical issues, please use the chat feature to send a message to all panelists, and a staff member will be available to help you. If you are interested in upcoming events, news, or education programs, you may subscribe to the Center for Bioethics email at bioethics.hms.harvard.edu/subscribe. And finally, just a reminder that following tonight's conference, the talks as well as the panel discussion will be available on the Center for Bioethics YouTube channel. Without any further ado, I'd like to get us started this evening. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Louise King, who has JD and MD degrees. She is currently an assistant professor of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive biology at Harvard Medical School. She is Director of Research, Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery, Associate Program Director for the Fellowship in Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. She is also Director of Reproductive Bioethics in the Center for Bioethics and co-director of the Medical Ethics and Essentials of the Profession course for first-year Harvard Medical and Harvard Dental students. Her areas of interest in medical ethics are broad, but focus on questions of informed decision-making and assisted reproduction, as well as equitable access to advanced gynecologic surgery. We're honored to have Dr. King with us tonight to moderate this evening's session. Dr. King?
Thank you so much. That was such a kind introduction. I'm so grateful, and I'm so happy tonight to be here to talk about this topic. It's one that I'm deeply passionate about in my own area of gynecologic surgery, and I've been lucky enough to have sort of a preview of these talks as we've met to prepare for tonight. I think you're going to find them very, very interesting. I'll be moderating the chat as best I can. I have my own questions for the speakers, and I will weave in as many questions as I can from the questions that you submit. So it's my honor right now to introduce Richard White, who is the Vice Chair of Surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, Professor of Surgery at Harvard Medical School. He received his MD from the University of Pittsburgh and MBA from Wharton. He's interested in bioethical issues pertaining to the field of surgery, particularly cardiothoracics. He is on the ethics committee of two national surgical organizations, the Society for Thoracic Surgeons, and where he is the chair, and the American College of Surgeons. I'm also lucky enough to say that he was a mentor to me in my years at BIDMC. I was so grateful, and remains one today, but so grateful for the time he spent with me, inviting me to his office, talking about surgical ethics, providing me support and encouragement. He's an incredible person, and I'm looking forward to his talk.
Louise, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Just get this set up fairly quickly. There we go. Well, welcome everybody to the session this evening. I hope you find it interesting. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a thoracic surgeon and vice chair of surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess, and have had a long interest in the ethics of surgical innovation. I will start out by saying that I have no disclosures. And I'll point out that this session on surgical innovation has three components. I'll be presenting a fairly high-level look at the ethics of surgical innovation, focusing on the ethical principles and more generalized areas of ethical debate. My colleagues, Dr. Teresa Williamson, Dr. John Meyer, and Dr. Martin McNeely will then focus on some specific examples. While the word cloud shown here presents a number of concepts associated with innovation, both the Oxford English Dictionary and the Merriam-Webster Dictionary define innovation as the introduction of new things, ideas, or ways of doing things. And in this spirit, I'd like to posit that as a surgeon, some level of innovation is commonplace and arguably essential. While I was tempted to start the presentation with a case, the introduction of minimally invasive surgery or robotic surgery as a replacement for open chest or abdominal surgery, or the use of extracorporeal membrane oxygenation as a bridge to lung transplant, or the introduction of aortic valve replacement by transcatheter devices rather than traditional open surgery using cardiopulmonary bypass. You're going to hear some of these things in the second and third portions of the talk. Furthermore, I think that you can use your own experiences in surgery to look at current surgical techniques, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to come up with many examples of things that were done exactly the same way that they were done 20 or 30 years ago. Now, while this shows the results of innovation on a macroscopic level, at the level of the individual surgeon, each of us have adapted our surgical techniques and decided what level of evidence is sufficient for us to make that change. While you may take the statement that innovation in surgery is essential as a postulate, there are a number of ethical frameworks that we can use to examine the statement. For example, if one chooses a consequentialist approach to ethics, meaning that what is right or wrong depends on the outcome or intended outcome of an action, the desired outcome of a surgical procedure is an improved state of health. Given that current surgical techniques are not perfect, nor are all surgical outcomes perfect, it would be a good thing to do to devise new and better ways of doing things. As the primary focus, if the primary focus is on the individual, the surgeon's obligation is to provide an optimal outcome for that patient. If one takes a more communitarian view, the obligation of the surgeon is to provide optimal surgical care to the community as a whole. Again, our current techniques are great for some conditions, but clearly wanting for others. In other words, there's clearly room for improvement, and it would be our obligation to pursue those opportunities, but more with the best interests of the community in mind, rather than those of a specific individual patient. If one chooses a deontological or duty-based approach to the analysis of ethical issues, we have obligations to provide our patients the best care possible. Our duties are codified in descriptions of the physician-patient relationship, which involves fidelity or loyalty, among other things, meaning that we have a fiduciary duty to put the patient's interests above our own. Again, since we know that surgical outcomes are currently not ideal, one could conclude that it's in the patient's best interest to improve upon our current armamentarium of techniques and devices. Interestingly, while a specific patient or clinical problem may stimulate the idea for a clinical innovation, the pursuit of that innovation is probably made more with the interest of future patients in mind. Also, while many of our obligations as physicians and surgeons are to our patients, we are all members of a profession, and professionals have certain obligations. While the obvious one is that which I've alluded to above, a fiduciary duty to our patients, it's been argued that these obligations include not only having and practicing a specialized body of knowledge and skill, but to apply that skill and knowledge to the betterment of society and to the advancement of the professional field. Finally, from a virtues ethics perspective, or what would a truly virtuous surgeon do, there would be an obligation to recognize the limitations of what we can currently offer our patients and to pursue better approaches to the diseases that we treat. Who would argue that the truly virtuous physician would be satisfied with the status quo? So whether one takes a consequentialist approach, a deontological approach, or a virtues ethics approach, as they say, all roads lead to Rome, and it's our obligation to improve upon the current state of the art of surgery. But we've omitted one of the common approaches, and that's the principalist view. And I think many students in the US are quite familiar with this text, Principles of Biomedical Ethics. I think that perhaps in other countries it's not so widely used. But it uses the familiar Beecham and Childress quartet of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence or minimization of harm, and justice. The principle of beneficence obligates us to improve upon the current condition. That said, as we cannot predict the future regarding new devices, techniques, or ideas, the potential for harm or that which we are trying to avoid through non-maleficence is lurking behind the veil of good intentions. Now, while I will come back to the principles of autonomy and justice, both of which are important in the discussion of innovation in surgery, I'll first focus on the balance of the goal to be beneficent with the risk of doing harm. Can the individual surgeon be trusted to balance opposing forces for the potential for good versus the potential for harm? Perhaps a truly virtuous surgeon could, but most of us are mere mortals and we have our own biases, agendas, and perspectives. If one has developed a new surgical device, for example, is it not natural to want it to work? Does that introduce bias in its assessment, particularly if the initial assessment is non-quantitative? While most of us get excited about doing new things, it's possible that such excitement can lead to looking at the innovative thing through rose-colored glasses, and either in foresight or retrospectively focus on the upsides rather than the downsides. Now, digressing slightly from the issue of the potential for benefit from the potential for harm is the issue of patient autonomy. While the concept of autonomy is multifaceted, one of the issues is that of informed consent, meaning that the patient has some understanding of the issue at hand, as well as the options for treatment and the relative risks and benefits of those options. In the context of standard operations, the risks and benefits of the procedures are well known, as are the rationale and intricacies, which are well characterized and can be presented to the patient at whatever level he or she desires. But in the context of innovative surgical care, the relative risks and benefits may be less well characterized. How would we pose the risks of the innovation to the patient, particularly since at the outset, these risks may be largely unknown? And for a new technique involving innovative and complex new technology, How do we even know what the patient wants or needs to know? Is it sufficient to simply ask the patient to trust the surgeon and to make the right decision? And while this may be applicable in the emergency situation, for instance, the case is going poorly and all normal avenues for salvaging thing are exhausted and the patient may die, an innovative approach may be completely appropriate. But really, how often does this really happen? And aren't most opportunities for innovation known well in advance? Finally, there is the issue that if the surgeon has a vested interest in a new device or technique, might this cause him or her to downplay the potential for harm? So this leads to the discussion of the oversight of innovation. And some of the questions I've posed, the answers to them lie in the area of incremental innovation and with some level of oversight. Now, while none of us enjoy being under the microscope, I would say that some level of oversight of innovative surgical techniques is probably necessary. While some innovations are done really without patient consent, particularly those that are urgent in nature, or to the surgeon's perspective, rather minimal, I choose to use a new stapler or suture, for example, or I do my anastomosis a little bit differently. For many of these changes or innovations, there's been a body of predicate investigative work that makes my modification reasonable. In other words, I have expert knowledge that the patient doesn't have. But while expert knowledge is an essential characteristic of being a professional, along with it goes the responsibility to use the knowledge wisely, reasonably, and in the patient's best interests. While I probably shouldn't bring in a new instrument from my garage to try on a patient, it's probably completely reasonable to use a commercially available device, particularly if there is literature support in its use in a similar situation. But again, what about the first time it's used? Again, for commercially available devices, there's usually a regulatory process that justifies change. But again, it generally boils down to the potential for benefit versus the potential for harm. So I think that we see a distinction between trivial innovation and non-trivial and trivial innovation, as well as a distinction between planned innovation and an essential or urgent one. So if the innovation is both planned and not trivial, some element of oversight is arguably essential. An unbiased assessment done through the lens of peers or others with expert knowledge can be protective of both the surgeon and the patient. Who else besides the patient and the surgeon has a vested interest in the act of innovation? Well, at some level, the general public does have an interest, thus leading to a regulatory process. On the other hand, I don't think that we generally allow the general public to micromanage physician-patient interactions. The hospital where we practice also has a vested interest, as it is responsible for what occurs within its wall, and it has an interest in preventing unreasonable and perhaps even dangerous practices. Now, further along the lines of oversight of innovation, I'd like to point out what some institutions have done, and I have a picture here of Dr. Shav Kasavji from the Toronto General Hospital, who's made some remarkable innovations in the field of lung transplantation. Dr. Kasavji, a number of years ago, introduced a surgical innovations committee at Toronto General, whereby new procedures are vetted for appropriateness. The approach has the obvious attractive feature that proposed innovations are scrutinized by a body of peers, primarily surgeons, but also others in the operating room environment, those who are likely to share a common body of expert knowledge and to have a similar appreciation for the needs of innovation. On the other hand, a group of similarly minded individuals may be more prone to groupthink, and a lack of diverse input may lead to conclusions that, while they may seem right to a group of surgeons, may not be so well received by other physicians or the lay public. The concept of the Surgical Innovation Committee has apparently been adopted successfully by other institutions, some of which have come up with centers of innovation. Some of these are focused on peer review and support of innovation, and others seem more focused on research around innovative approaches to surgical technology and are designed to foster improved interactions with industry. In other institutions, including my own, new procedures need to be approved by the Medical Executive Committee, which is a medical staff committee spanning the breadth of the hospital's specialties. While this encompasses a broad-based or diverse set of perspectives, a shortcoming is that the actual surgical component may be quite small. Furthermore, as many people will either know or will experience, hospital committees can be rather inefficient. And at least in my institution, the line between a new procedure and a modification to an existing one can get quite unclear. While it might be reasonable to have every surgeon who wants to use a surgical robot trained in and credentialed in the use of the robot, does it really make sense to make a, quote, robotic lobectomy a new procedure when a thoracoscopic lobectomy has been done for 25 years? This being roughly the same operation, but with hand-operated instruments rather than robotically or remotely controlled instruments. Or what about when a new robot becomes available? If every time we change robots, we have to call it a new procedure, we'll spend our lives dealing with the Medical Executive Committee and not actually getting anything done. If one of our colorectal surgeons does a procedure with a new single port robot, when he normally does it with several ports and an older device, is this a new procedure? Some would have argued yes, others no. But while these may seem like fairly straightforward questions with straightforward answers to surgeons, they are not so straightforward to non-surgeons, let alone lay people who often provide oversight to medical leadership. Finally, I'd like to point out that the National Academy of Science, what was the Institute of Medicine, has recently established a task force to examine how medical and surgical innovation is conducted in the US and how to define best practices. So while we have considered surgical innovation committees, medical executive committee, and hospital board committees, is there a role for human subjects research committees or IRBs to weigh in on surgical innovation? In the context of IRBs, we generally consider research to involve the generation of generalizable knowledge and to involve fairly rigid protocols. Not everything to do with human subjects is research, and not all research deals with human subjects. But the IRB typically deals with the interaction of research and human subjects. Now, while some surgeons at some institutions may want to study a new technique, i.e. research, others simply want to do what others have done and have been found to be beneficial. Now, certainly a systematic analysis of an innovative technique would require IRB approval, but innovation, like quality improvement, is often continuous and not taken in large steps. So one can easily argue that IRBs are probably not well suited to the processes involving continuous change. Finally, in terms of regulatory oversight, I would bring this example to the front. The recent transplant of a genetically modified pig heart to a human. This was done at the University of Maryland roughly 3 months ago. Now, this wasn't considered research. This was certainly innovative, and its approval involved the Food and Drug Administration, presumably in addition to some institutional approval. Now, why the FDA? Well, this is because by statute, the FDA has oversight of the administration of biological products, and certainly a genetically modified pig heart would be considered biological. In the case in question, the FDA provided emergency authorization under compassionate use criteria for the use of the pig heart. Now, the FDA also provides oversight for some other innovative devices, such as certain types of endografts, under their investigational device exemption pathway, or IDE pathway. And it's interesting to note that while early trials of many new devices are conducted in countries other than the US, one has to ask if this is solely because the regulatory burden is lower in other countries, and they're not all third world countries, I might add. It could also be that the risk-benefit ratio or availability of what we call standard treatment is different in other countries. Finally, I'd like to invoke the concept of justice. We've talked about autonomy, we've talked about beneficence and non-maleficence. In terms of justice, who gets access to innovative approaches to surgical disease? And this is another fertile area for ethical discussion. While we have heard of and read about racial and socioeconomic healthcare disparities in this country, how does one ensure that the benefits of an innovative approaches to surgical care are distributed in an equitable and just fashion? Unfortunately, allocating the benefits equitably probably also means allocating the risks similarly, as it's obviously patently unfair to assign the benefits to one group and the risk to another. Given the uneven access to healthcare, unequal levels of trust in the medical establishment, differential reimbursement mechanisms often based on insurance, and the obvious fact that innovative techniques by their very nature are that they are new, low in volume, and geographically limited, makes it difficult to distribute, at least initially, an innovative technique on a wide level playing field. Yet these issues must clearly be considered by both the surgeon and the institution involved. So with that, and while there are many other questions, such as when is an innovative approach justified, there's just not enough time to do this now. I'll conclude my broad strokes and high-level discussion, and will now turn the podium over to my colleagues. And I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much for that excellent overview. And we're going to have questions at the end. I haven't seen any in the Q&A function of Zoom. Remember, that's where to put your questions. And it's labeled Q&A, I believe, at the very bottom of your screen. It's my honor right now to introduce Teresa Williamson. She is a neurosurgeon and surgical ethics researcher who cares for people with all types of spine disorders, as well as brain and spinal trauma. Dr. Williamson is a graduate of Yale College, where she played varsity soccer, I learned as I prepared this, and Yale Medical School. She came to MGH, one of our affiliate hospitals, from Duke University, where she completed her neurosurgery residency and then her orthopedic surgery complex spine fellowship. She also completed the University of Chicago McLean and American College of Surgeons Surgical Ethical Fellowship in 2021. Her research focus is neurosurgical decision-making and patient-doctor communication, and she also focuses on healthcare disparities. She's a member of the Center for Outcomes and Patient Safety in Surgery, which is abbreviated COMPASS, at MGH. And I'm just getting to know Dr. Williamson. It's such a pleasure to get to know her in some of our working groups, and I'm very much looking forward to her talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. I'm Teresa Williamson. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a neurosurgeon at Mass General and work at the Harvard Center for Bioethics. I'm going to talk a little bit today about implementation of new devices in the operating room, and I'm going to give you my perspective as a relatively new spine attending surgeon. So I'll start off with my disclosures because we're talking about new device implementation and what's appropriate and what's conflict. And so I do have a disclosure, and that's that I'm a consultant with Diffuse Synthes, which is a spine technology company. And I think that's important for you to know because, in spine surgery, we have really close relationships with industry. We have, tables and tables of instrumentation every time we do a surgery, from screws to rods to, different devices to put in cages. And it's important for us from an educational standpoint, from an innovation standpoint, from a patient care standpoint, to have some type of a relationship with industry. The question is, when does that relationship go too far, and how do we best manage it in an ethically appropriate manner? So this is me in the OR, and I'll show where those relationships can be a bit challenging. So while I'm in the OR, I'm working here with a resident. We're actually working on a new technology, taking care of a patient using augmented reality to put in pedicle screws. And this is my email inbox that I'm going to come to when I get out of the operating room. And so I'll just read you a couple of the examples of things that, might be said from an industry representative about a surgery that, they may want me to do, or, a technique that they may want me to use. So your business is extremely important to me, and I want to build a relationship where you can trust us for all your needs from an instrumentation standpoint and technology front. I was curious if you had thought about our MIS screw system and if there's anything in particular holding you back from giving it a try. And then this is in reference to a new technology that they were interested in me trying. Here is the fill in the blank, new technology, surgery, training, certification quiz. Just start the exam. So there's a lot of reasons why, my inbox is flooded with new technologies and new ideas, and some of them are related to patient care and really innovating in the space of improving our care for spine patients. And then some are frankly financial. So spine surgery, a single spine surgery costs on average $75,000 to complete in the United States. And overall, it's a $90 billion industry in expenditures yearly in the US. So when we're thinking about balancing such a large financial gain field with a critical need to take care of patients with back pain being sort of the largest disabler worldwide for patients, we have to think of some really critical ethical questions. The first is, should there be a relationship with industry? If there is, which devices should I try? How much training as a surgeon am I obligated to pursue prior to implementing a new device? And then how do we go about monitoring that device for safety and ensuring that we're doing the right thing as we use it? So when I think about the relationships that I'm forming in the operating room with industry representatives, I put them into sort of categories, and I make sure to think about commercial relationships and what's appropriate there, as well as what is conflict of interest. And so I like this definition that comes from the ophthalmologist that talks about commercial relationships and basically the principle of beneficence and non-maleficence, that patient care must not be affected by economic interest in, commitment to, or benefit from professionally related commercial enterprises. And then further, a conflict of interest being where your professional judgment should not be influenced by other interests of the provider, whether those be financial, publications, participation in trials, etc. And that's, can be challenging, because I'd like to point out that in a typical spine surgery, we use a lot of technology. And so how to manage those relationships is really important, rather than just sort of separating yourself from those relationships. And I'll show you on this picture why I can't separate myself. So this is a patient that had a large spine surgery. This patient in particular had prior surgery, had serious pain, weakness, and needed an extension of their fusion, meaning putting screws and rods in their back, as well as decompression to free up the nerves. So in order to set up this whole space, we have a CT scanner in the operating room that's operated by one company. We have augmented reality to navigate the screws. That's another company. We have a table or two of instrumentation of screws and rods, et cetera, and that's a third company. So those representatives are often present in the operating room, and we have to be forthcoming with our patients about that. And so knowing that we have a lot of technology to use, and that, in order to use it safely and efficiently, it's constantly changing. Not everyone is trained or familiar, particularly nursing staff, with all the different types of instrumentation. So we know that we have to have some type of relationship. The question is how. And so the things that I think are important are to be forthcoming with the patient. So, they're vulnerable, they're under anesthesia, and you want to make sure that you're not doing any harm to them. And so we actually put on our consent form that there's going to be industry representatives in the room with them. And I actually, beyond just letting them read the consent form, I will actually mention that fact to them and tell them which companies are going to be there, so that that's fully disclosed. I mentioned not being able to really rush that separation between industry and medicine, but that it's important to discuss the benefits of having an industry representative there with your patient. And then there's the other side of things, which is not letting things get too far. And so we don't want to rush to replace clinical judgment with industry judgment, particularly given the possibility for financial conflicts of interest. So this is an interesting article out of the Hastings Center that I would recommend to you, that talks about industry technicians being embedded in clinical teams, and times at which device salespeople are sort of taking over the case, in the sense that the surgeon is unclear on how to proceed without their help. And then we have to think about how actually that device got into our hands and how it got into our operating room, and should it be there? Because when you're evaluating a new device, you want to make sure that it truly is doing something better for the patient. It's innovative in some way, that's adding something, and that it's sort of free from bias in how that process has been evaluated. And so this is an article from the Boston Globe that talked about how many Boston hospital CEOs sit on healthcare company boards. And there's nothing, special about Boston. There's certainly a role for surgeons and doctors to be part of companies, because without us, it's really hard to inform change in clinical care and to figure out what the needs are for new things and new devices. But it's important to remember, what type of bias may or may not be playing a role in the decision to, as Dr. White mentioned, use that new robot. That was a big capital expenditure, and there's a motivation for it to be used. Or as a junior surgeon, I often will have people come to me and say, try this device, and they may or may not be financially sort of have stockholders in that company or consultants for that company. And it's just something to keep in mind. It can be a place where getting multiple opinions, where hearing from your colleagues about a new technology can be really helpful to sort of mitigate that bias coming from one view to use a certain device. So in summary, as I think about using new techniques post-training, now that I'm a new attending, these are sort of some rules that I've thought of in my head. And thinking about them through an ethically guided framework. So a new technology should have a benefit. It should be better, or at least thought to be better than what you were using before. If you're getting ready to use something, you should be competent at using that, meaning you should be agile at troubleshooting and figuring out, exactly how things work. You shouldn't be fully dependent on a salesperson. And that a competence actually comes from commitment to formal study of that device, not just from certification. So if you remember that email that I got about, just a 10-question quiz, that's not sufficient if you want to use a new device. And then it's really important as you go to use that device, and I'll use an example in a second, to think about patient selection and, thinking about the process of how you're going to select a patient who can be well-informed and can understand what they're taking on in terms of a novel innovation, but also doing that in a way that you're making sure is equitable and you're getting good resources to all patients. When you're thinking about the process of informed consent with a new technology, especially we have lots of patients that come to us as surgeons, as spine surgeons, that are very vulnerable. They're in a lot of pain. They're really, really eager to get better. And so that vulnerability can beget eagerness to participate with a new device. And so you need to be cautious of that, and also make sure that we're giving enough sort of informed information about the risks of a procedure. And then this concept that research is research. And so when you're bringing in a new device, really need to be sure that you're not doing research. And if you are, that it's gone through the appropriate IRB processes. Just to talk a little bit about that new device process. So currently in the US, we use the 510K pathway for devices with moderate risk that are considered to be just a small change from a prior device. But that process has come under a lot of scrutiny because it's a way that a significant, at least a third of the devices come into the US ORs. But it's not totally clear that that process does a good job of evaluating new technologies. And so the Institute of Medicine was actually tasked in 2010 and 2011 to look at our current process and look at what I've highlighted in red are some of what I think are really ethically, from a individual patient and also public health ethics standpoint, very important. So how do we optimally protect patients, promote innovation, and support public health, doing the best for the common good? And if we're not doing that, what are the processes to do so? So they wrote a report on it and really said that this is not a new device process that we should be using, but rather we really have to be careful that this is just looking at devices that are very, very similar to those that were used before. And I think they overall called for some changes to that process. And there's a lot of people, probably a lot on this call even, that would be critical of this process and want us to make sure that we're thinking through guidelines as to how we're using new devices. And so I'll give you an example of a case that I had earlier in my practice that, where I used a new device and where it can go well and where it can not go well, and how I mitigated that process. And so this was a patient with a degenerative spine disease who had 2 levels that needed to be treated, meaning 2 lumbar vertebrae were degenerated and causing his symptoms. Typically, when I do this surgery, you have to go through the front of the belly and sometimes the side and the back as well. And so there's a new procedure from a certain company that
allows you to just go through sort of anterolaterally and potentially saves the patient positioning, operating room time, a smaller incision, a smaller surgical corridor. So there's some early evidence that this would be beneficial. I talked to the patient about, very frankly, in the consent conversation about the fact that I had never done one of these procedures before, that I had been trained and had done cadaver labs and was working with a surgeon who had done the exposures before, but that this would be my first case of this type of surgery. And even in this case, they had a video, the company had a video that I think was really helpful to share with the patient, and he watched it and he actually had some really great questions about anatomy and possible complications after that to make me feel very comfortable that he had a good idea of what was going on. Unfortunately, during his surgery, we got into a small bleeder, but it was really difficult to contain in a small sort of surgical corridor, and we ended up converting the surgery to open. So I think the question there, and I think that if we were open from the beginning, I think it's important to note that if, using this new technology probably made it more difficult to correct that problem and made his surgery longer, his blood loss higher, certainly a surgical complication that we discussed with him afterwards. So I think the question is, should I do that surgery again? Does that mean that this new technology is not worthwhile? Does it need to be reported? And I'll be frank, as a new surgeon, I didn't really know. We obviously presented it in our internal conferences of morbidity and mortality, but who do you report it to, or where do you go? And so it was actually a process to learn, how to report a complication with a new device, and obviously reporting it to the company. They may or may not have the incentive to move forward with that information. And then I discussed it with my senior colleagues and those that I knew had done the case before, just to make sure that we were sharing our experiences and making sure that if there was a trend, we weren't proceeding to just do this case if it potentially caused more harm than good. So learning from that experience and from the literature on implementation of new devices, these are some things that I think are really important. When you draft guidelines or when you propose a new device, it should be free of bias. And so including folks that are not necessarily financially tied to the particular device in decision-making, seeking multiple opinions, as I mentioned in the last case, making sure there's adequate data prior to transitioning that into a full clinical practice or standard, and then making sure there is long-term oversight, both institutionally and on the sort of national or international level, to think about how we're going to log data to say, if there are sort of poor outcomes or complications from this particular intervention. There's several groups that have thought about this and published on it. So this is the Responsible Development and Application of Surgical Innovations position statement that talks about how to define a new innovation, which I think is part of that challenge when you think about like the 510K pathway, and then talks about setting up institutional committees and registries in order to track information when you bring in a new device. The ideal framework was recently published in JAMA, which similarly talks about how to look at the quality of evidence before using a new device, and how to implement a new device if you feel like it's appropriately innovative and safe. So in summary, as I look, as a surgeon who works in an industry that is very financially beneficial, but also really beneficial to patients in terms of the ability to treat and improve people's quality of life, there's a balance between the role of relationships with industry. And so that relationship, I believe, should be an ethically guided one with the patient first, thinking about how we can do the best for our patients. When we think about implementing new devices, which devices do I try? The answer is the better ones. So devices that have a potential for improved outcome or shorter lengths of stay, better patient experience. How much training is enough training? I think that's defined by competence. So making sure that you actually have the ability to understand how to use and how to navigate a device. And then how do we monitor device safety? We have data and registries and guidelines that involve multiple opinions and multiple sources without bias. So thanks so much, and I look forward to taking questions after all the talks.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, Dr. Williamson, thank you for sharing your experience in such an open and honest way. We all know that that's very hard to do, but it's exceptionally helpful for the people listening in and trying to learn about these topics to be able to hear your personal perspective of this in such a way. So I'm really grateful to you for sharing that. We have a few questions coming in that I'm going to be working to collate together for everyone towards the end. I'm about to introduce two people at once, just to give you context as I do these introductions, and then we'll have our final speakers together. John Meyer is a graduate of Yale Medical School, and he trained in general and cardiothoracic surgery at the University of Minnesota. He's a professor of surgery at Harvard Medical School and the first Tommy Kaplan Chair in Cardiovascular Studies at Boston Children's Hospital. He's interested in health policy and has served as a Society of Thoracic Surgeons representative to the AMA Relative Value Update Committee. And by the way, there was some questions in the chat about how these things get paid and how we determine how they get paid. And that's the committee, the Relative Value Update, or RVU committee, that does make those types of determinations, as well as other very important committee work that guides our practice. He's the past president of the Society of Thoracic Surgeons and past chair of the finance committee of the same group, and does a lot of work with that group to help guide us again in policy decision-making. Has been such an important member of our working group, contributing wonderful comments about all of our work as we share together and move some of these projects that we're all working on forward. And I'd also like to introduce Martin McNeely. He served as the professor of, well, I have to preface, first of all, I don't think I can do justice to this introduction because the list of accolades is quite long. And Dr. McNeely has served as our leader of this group until very recently. And he's been an incredible mentor to me as I've explored areas of ethics and surgery. But I'll give you a snippet of some of his accomplishments. He served as professor of surgery and chief of the Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Albany Medical Center, and later as chair of the Division of Thoracic Surgery at University of Toronto and Toronto General Hospital, co-chair of the American College of Surgeons Committee on Emerging Surgical Technology, director of the American Board of Thoracic Surgery, president of the Thoracic Surgery Foundation for Research and Education, chairman of the Ethics Committee of the American Association for Thoracic Surgery, and ethics editor of the Journal of the same. He's working with colleagues from our Bioethics Center and the University of Global Health Equity in Butaro, Rwanda, to establish an intensive course in global ethics for the students at this new medical school, which was established by the late Paul Farmer and his colleagues at Partners in Health. That's only one of the many things that he contributes to our community here at the center. And I'm so grateful to him for all his guidance and mentorship. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to our speakers.
Can everyone see my slides, I hope? I'm John Meyer, and we're going to take a slightly different perspective, and that is the perspective of almost, if you will, an organizational ethics perspective, trying to understand the role of professional medical societies in the implementation and dissemination of innovative devices. And we'll use a case of the introduction of transcatheter aortic valve replacement, so-called TAVR, as a new way of replacing one of the heart's valves, the aortic valve, as sort of a case example. So I have no disclosures. And I'd like to start by just reminding everyone about what the roles and responsibilities are for a profession. So the professions are charged with maintaining, advancing, and disseminating a body of knowledge, and to advance that knowledge that is innovate. And in so doing, analyze critically and report the results. Professional societies are required to self-regulate, to place patients' interests above their own, and to place performance above personal reward. And finally, a responsibility to fairly distribute finite medical resources. So the case, as we are describing, is this introduction of transcatheter valves into the US market. And the promise of this technology was that a heart valve could be replaced with a much less invasive method and could actually be done during a heart catheterization rather than an open heart operation, which would mean the patients did not need to have an incision in their chest. There was no need for using a heart-lung machine and stopping the heart to carry out this procedure, and offered, because of the less invasive aspect of this, to have a shorter hospital stay and be less morbid for the patients. The uncertainties at the outset, though, was how well these new devices were going to work. And this slide will just demonstrate to you what some of these devices look like. So this is a typical surgically implanted aortic valve over here in the upper left corner, which would require an open heart operation, as I said. This in the upper right-hand corner is the transcatheter valve, which can be sort of compressed down, as demonstrated in the illustration in the left lower quarter of your screen. And so it can be compressed down around a balloon catheter, and then passed through an artery, typically in the groin, up into the position in the aortic valve. The balloon expanded, as is shown both in this X-ray picture here in the middle, as well as this cartoon here in the lower right part of your screen. But basically to expand this valve into the aortic position, and then would be deployed without a problem. So our case involves what happened at the beginning, if you will, of the introduction of this device into the US market. There were actually at least two devices that were being pursued and marketed by two different US companies. The background is that these devices had already been approved in Europe. They've been given the CE mark, which is the equivalent of FDA approval. And although initially they had been treated as somewhat experimental and were placed initially in high-risk patients, but very quickly, when it appeared that they seemed to work at least reasonably well, they were disseminated throughout all patients needing this type of valve replacement, including much lower risk and much healthier patients at the start. And the early results actually indicated that the complication rates were higher for those patients than they were in a comparable surgical patient population. So applications had been placed by both of these companies for the FDA to approve and for Medicare to pay for this, because this disease process, aortic valve disease, is more common in the Medicare age population in the United States, that is over 65. So there were a number of obvious potential conflicts. On the one hand, this would be a new procedure for the cardiologist, so there would be an opportunity to effectively increase one's practice and generate more revenue. And the cardiologists were frequently the ones who were identifying the disease to start with, and there's the whole issue of self-referral for monetary gain. At least that argument could be made. Conversely, for the surgeons who traditionally had owned this area, that is, it required an operation to replace a heart valve, this was a big threat because if all the patients were having procedures done by somebody else, that would mean there would be a loss of revenue. Both situations representing significant conflicts of interest between what was potentially good for the patient, although that was still in doubt, and versus what was good for the individual surgeon or cardiologist. The regulatory issues were a little bit muddy in the sense that multiple U.S. entities, regulatory entities, are involved. So the FDA assesses devices for safety and efficacy, whereas Medicare has to make payment decisions, particularly for this patient population in this age group. And then the issue ultimately was this device was not inexpensive. In fact, was just for the device, forget the hospitalization and the professional fees and everything else. The device alone was at least $30,000 in costs. So there clearly were an abundance of potential conflicts of interest, as I've already outlined. There was the potential for adverse effects on patients. And as profession, the members of that profession have duties to patients, as you've already heard Dr. White talk about. There was a significant question about patient selection and how much the patients should be allowed to choose what form of treatment they got. There were clearly the obvious potential for turf wars between a medical specialty and a surgical specialty. And from a professional society perspective, there was a significant potential for legal liability in the sense that if this was not an entirely free trade, if you will, sort of process, then there was the potential for antitrust issues to be raised, as well as the obvious and ongoing issue about medical malpractice, particularly when you're doing something new. So given that I was in the leadership of the thoracic surgical group, so-called STS, when these issues were coming up, we were faced with several choices. We could do nothing and leave this decision up to the government agencies who, without being too pejorative, frequently don't have a lot of experience with clinical medical issues. We could leave it up to the payers, and that is both Medicare as well as private payers. There was obvious potential for turf protection by writing guidelines that would favor one or the other approach. Or the third option was whether or not these two potentially competitive societies, one representing the cardiologists, the ACC, and one representing cardiothoracic surgery, the STS, could actually collaborate and try to make sure that this technology was introduced in a rational fashion. But the professional societies have their own internal conflicts and ethical obligations, which included not only duties to their members, but also duties to patients and duties to society. And of course, most ethical controversies arise when the pursuit of one or the other of a duty actually puts an organization in internal conflict with itself. So what happened And what we did was we actually recognized, based on that European experience, the potential for significant adverse patient outcomes. And following my time in the leadership of the STS, Dr. Michael Mack became the president a year or two later. And he has an interesting background as both a cardiac surgeon, but also as a trained internal medicine physician prior to his surgical career. And his counterpart at the American College of Cardiology is Dr. David Holmes, who is an interventional cardiologist. So clearly, the leadership of these two professional groups were on opposite sides, if you will, of the procedure. And importantly, one of our surgeon members had actually taken a position for a year at Medicare, where he was actually had a major decision-making role in how the payment decisions in particular would be made by the agency. And his background you can see there, but he and I both had been through the Kennedy School course on government relations, executive course at the same time, sat next to each other, and so we had a close working relationship. So what emerged through this collaboration across potentially conflicting or competing societies was the following. There was an agreement to begin with a randomized trial, which would be the only way that any patients would get access to the new device here in the United States. And this was actually a comparison of surgical valve replacement versus the transcatheter valve replacement, appropriately named the partner trial, which included informed consent that was uniform, required local IRB approval, but also the collaboration between the two professional societies established several requirements that the regulatory agencies, particularly the FDA as well as Medicare, actually bought into. And one of them was that there would be heart teams established, which would give equal footing to both the cardiologist and the surgeon in evaluating patients and also in actually carrying out these procedures. The number of sites where these procedures could be done were limited, and there were some criteria agreed on in order to qualify a given center for being able to participate in this trial. And an existing database that has been maintained by the Society of Thoracic Surgeons for quality improvement purposes was used to generate the risk model that would allow us to classify patients in particular for the initial phase, which was the high risk phase, so-called partner 1, where patients who were thought to be at high surgical risk would then qualify for this trial. And then based on those initial results in that higher risk group, then subsequent trials involved gradually loosening the patient eligibility criteria. And as part of trying to generate new knowledge, a collaborative registry was established that followed all patients, was committed to publishing the results as they emerged from the trials. And remarkably enough, this registry actually was supported by the device manufacturers. So this example, which I think is probably somewhat unique, at least in American medicine, did achieve several of the professional societies' responsibilities. It certainly helped to maintain and advance knowledge, to introduce and evaluate innovation. It represented clear-cut self-regulation such that not every cardiologist or surgeon in the country could qualify as a participant. There were standards that were set. Ultimately, the collective belief was that we actually were serving the patient's interests because of the lack of certainty about many aspects of this device. We certainly were interested in performance above personal reward because not every one could go out and do these procedures and enhance their remuneration. And in a sense, this provided the basis for fairly distributing our finite medical resources, because the door was not thrown open wide with the rapid dissemination of this technology as had occurred in Europe, with potentially at least some compromise of the patient's best interests. So I would argue that we have demonstrated through this case that new technology can be rationally and ethically introduced at a nationwide level, accomplishing the goals of advancing knowledge and minimizing patient risk. And as evidence for that, the results from the transcatheter valve now are equivalent to those of the surgical valve, at least in the United States. There was an ability to demonstrate cost effectiveness, and I would argue this provides a template potentially for future innovations to be introduced. Professional society collaboration and leadership were essential. And I think it's actually, in retrospect, it was a remarkable public-private partnership between the potentially competing professional medical societies, federal government agencies, and even the device manufacturers. Now, there are a number of questions that we could always put on our rose-colored glasses and say, of course, this is exactly the way we should do things going forward. But I think I would pose the questions: was this an ethically appropriate role for the professional societies to take? Was the way that this was rolled out in the United States, particularly beginning with high-risk patients and a randomized controlled trial, actually equitable? Lower-risk patients were initially denied access to the new technology. And conversely, one might argue that the high-risk patients were in some ways unfairly exploited. And finally, I leave you with this question about whether or not the audience feels that this represents a reproducible template that should be the basis for the introduction of other new technologies, particularly in this country. Thank you.
I'm Martin McNeely, John's partner on this short trip. I have no financial conflicts to disclose, but I must disclose that I've operated on uncountable numbers of patients using innovative technologies and procedures, often with fully informed consent, though many patients don't want to know the amount of detail that was disclosed in most of the talks that you've heard earlier. Next slide. Over 60 years ago, I chose the University of Minnesota for surgical training because of its reputation for innovation in surgical treatment. 68 years ago, Walt Lillehei and Richard Varco performed an innovative open heart operation to close a ventricular septal defect in a 1-year-old boy, Gregory Glidden. Gregory's father, Lyman, was connected to perfuse Gregory's body with oxygenated blood while his heart was repaired. You can see the two operating tables side by side. The heart-lung machine was not yet sufficiently developed. In the past 7 decades, we have advanced to the point where a minimal incision over an artery and a catheter enclosed valve can be placed in the beating heart without a chest incision or heart-lung bypass, as John Meyer has described. I've taken us back to Gregory's operation to remind us of the courage and persistence of the heroes of surgical innovation, particularly the patients and their parents, and the pioneering surgical teams. Also, their overseers, all are part of a moral community. The issue of oversight of innovation is evolving, as outlined by Dr. White. Who should review and approve the interventions that depart from conventional standards of practice? For Dr. Lillehei in the 1950s, the chief of surgery, Dr. Owen Wangenstein, gave his permission with a note on Dr. Lillehei's door that said, "By all means, go ahead. Good luck." It's become more complicated since then. Approval of a surgical innovation committee, such as the one based on the Toronto model, provides the oversight in many departments. As Dr. White mentioned, the Surgical Executive Committee at our hospital, the Beth Israel Deaconess, serves this function. The Toronto Surgical Innovation Committee has been active for many years. It is described in the reference at the foot of this slide and will be available in the course materials. Many centers have asked their institutional ethics review boards to serve as surgical oversight. As surgical treatment becomes more complex, specialized committees working in concert with the IRB are evolving. In the United States, the Federal Food and Drug Administration and recently the National Academy of Medicine are providing oversight. Two closing thoughts about innovation. We're currently celebrating the development of an mRNA vaccine against a lethal pandemic disease, a seemingly near miraculous innovation. While we celebrate this accomplishment, we need to improve it beyond disposable sterile needles distributed throughout the world and sterile syringes and an electrically powered cold chain. It is a communitarian, we celebrate this accomplishment, but we realize that we must improve it to the level of applying a stable oral vaccine, which would overcome the geographic and socioeconomic hurdles still before us. The COVID vaccine, the TAVR that Dr. Meyer described, and open heart surgery in general are examples of collaboration of the government, industry, and clinical care. It is a communitarian, not an individualistic approach to innovation for the common good that provides a framework for the heroes of innovation to succeed. In this menacing time in our history, it has been inspiring for us preparing this course, and for you participants. It is hopeful for all of us to gather together in the surgical Innovation Conference and celebrate these accomplishments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for all these wonderful presentations. As I've been monitoring the Q&A and thinking through what you've presented, you've given us an overview of the ethical constructs and frameworks that we should consider as we think about surgical innovation. And you've identified the stakeholders, patients, ourselves as surgeons, and industry who may be pushing forward for these innovative techniques. And within those stakeholders and probably others we can all identify, there will be certain conflicts. So you can imagine that our questions are all centering around these conflicts of interest that arise and how each of you might resolve those conflicts. And the questions are nuanced and try to come at various ways in which these conflicts do arise. So let's lead off with a question for Dr. Williamson. As you're talking about the new technology that you'll be incorporating into your work, two questions come up. How do you decide, and you addressed this briefly, you said you try to pick things that have good outcomes, but then how do you decide if something is, and I'll quote the question, a new innovation, truly with promise, and not a fad? And then building upon that, as you're bringing that forward, how do you decide when you're competent enough to undertake your first non-mentored procedure? You talked about the consent process, but how do you personally figure that out? And those are the different conflicts that can arise in this area.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. They're really tough ones that I think, especially as a new surgeon, I think really have been relevant. I think when I was in training, I didn't really have to make those decisions. I got to do the cool stuff, but I didn't have to make those decisions. And so that's something that's very new. I think in terms of the question of whether or not it's a fad, I think this is really a critical question. So, because there are a lot of fads. There's like, a new device for everything. Why don't you try this screw? Of course, when you're in an industry that's making this much money, a lot of people are going to want to develop something there. I look for things that actually there's a need. So the example that I used of the lateral surgery, we spend 45 minutes in the operating room flipping the patient from one position to another position. So that's something that slows down the operating room. It makes the patient have more anesthesia time. It's, positioning, there are positioning injuries. So when I see that there's a need and then there's an actual solution to a need, I think that that's where I feel like it's not a fad and it's more of an innovation. That doesn't mean it's always going to work or be better. And I think you do have to be willing to accept that you picked something that may have been a fad, even though you thought it was an innovation, and get rid of it. Don't stick with that technology. I remember doing some cases in training where we had, multiple x-ray machines coming in, all to use this like one piece of new technology. And it turned out that it actually wasn't helpful. And so I think if you're not conflicted, it makes it a lot easier to just move forward. That didn't really work. And then I think my other way to tell the difference is I ask a ton of questions of the reps, and they probably get a little bit annoyed by me. But I think if you're an annoying surgeon to a rep, it's probably a good thing, because you're asking so many questions to really interrogate whether or not it's helpful. Similarly, with being competent, I actually like to know how to use it myself. I like to know how to load a pedicle screw, how to, when I started using the O-arm, they were just like, oh, it's just a CT scanner. It works like all the other CT scanners. And I was like, no. If I'm there at 3 o'clock in the morning, so I've like physically drove the machine myself, figured out like, okay, if this gets stuck, how are we going to get the patient out? And so I think that at the end of the day, you're responsible for everything that happens in the OR. And so you have to feel comfortable that you can take accountability and have the skills to deal with that technology. It doesn't mean that you can't have help to make things more efficient, but you certainly are the last line of defense. And so I use that sort of as my marker as to whether or not I would feel comfortable doing a procedure.
Thank you so much. So building upon that, we've had a series of 4 questions that sort of build on the conflicts as they arise, both in the OR with industry reps present in the room, and then further forward into The fact that we're essentially working with, or maybe even for companies, these industry companies that are deriving significant financial benefit. And sometimes we're as consultants, but sometimes just purely in terms of the surgeries that we perform. And then another layer on top of that, raised by one other commenter, was how do you keep balance in corporate hospitals and the sustainability of hospitals, the pressure to use certain technology from the hospital itself. So I would love to hear anybody. I'm summarizing questions that were put into the chat just in the interest of time, but thinking about those different layers of interpersonal relationships, or relationships with industry, or relationships with corporate hospitals, and how do we navigate all those conflicts as they arise? And that's for anybody who would like to join
in. I'll give a quick general answer. John illustrated a collaborative approach that was very attractive to me. And I'll take the somewhat controversial position that we need more industry working with us as surgery is getting more complex, care is getting more complex, and we shouldn't be worrying about industry as some kind of alien presence that's dangerous for patients. The more we work with them and teach them how to deal with the fiduciary issues, the better off everybody will be.
And
I think
go ahead.
Sorry, I totally agree. And I those relationships can be really complex. And that's why I brought up like the emails in the beginning, because it is pressure, right? To have that relationship with industry. And I think, someone asked about that, how do you balance that being in the OR? And I think that there is a real role, and I hope that I, kind of said that in my talk, to have people there. And so I do feel like in the ideal world, it's a pretty professional relationship. I think often reps will try to make it a little bit more of a personal relationship, so that you do feel a little bit more guilt when you are or are not using something that they want you to use. And I feel like in my short time as an attending, I've learned to not let those relationships be anything more than professional, so that, you don't feel guilty when you're thinking like, oh my goodness, I know they have a new kid on the way, maybe I should use their company, or I don't want them to go out of business. Maybe I should, and so that you can really evaluate things. But I think they should absolutely be there.
Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just add that although it may not be quite as apparent, but clearly there are even industry relationships at the professional society level. There are initiatives at the sort of professional society-wide level that are supported by industry. There has been a role for professional societies to conduct educational sessions that primarily are, directed at maybe learning how to use new techniques and new technologies, such as the ones that we described. I can tell you that the device makers for that transcatheter aortic valve were not very happy with the professional societies when it was to be not a free open market rollout, but rather it would be done in a controlled fashion. And yet ultimately they came around and actually, as I indicated, helped support the registry because they actually needed the data as well to demonstrate safety and efficacy for further FDA level approvals. So it became a nice confluence of interests and a great partnership, which, beginning at the, when it was first, these discussions were first being held, it was not so apparent that the interests would actually all be aligned. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think what sort of carried the day was, we're all obligated to do what's best for the patients. And that really became the sort of unifying theme for guiding how it was that we would go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. I think you've answered a pretty direct question in the chat, which was, essentially, is industry ever truly patient first aligned, in the sense that they have such a strong financial incentive to proceed forward with continually moving more and more technology forward and more expensive options. But as you noted in your case presentation and in your discussion just now, at the end of the day, with the type of collaboration that you've described, you were able to ensure at least that industry that may already have had good intentions for the patient population was truly patient aligned and ethically focused on the patient first. Is that correct?
I would say that's a good summary. Yes, thank you.
And so someone had proposed that perhaps, so thinking again about this relationship with industry, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. Is there a role, though, in these relationships that we have with industry to not engage with them in any financial way whatsoever? So there's been some people who've proposed, one person proposed in the chat, that we just certainly can't have any financial relationship with industry whatsoever. And at first blush, I'm thinking of consultation fees, but of course we're paid to do the surgeries. We have incentives to do these surgeries that are financial as well. You could get quite into the weeds trying to define where that relationship could even end. Does anybody have a comment about that? Perhaps Dr. McNeely, because I know that you're very much in favor of having continued relationships with industry, and I do see the benefit from that.
Well, I was inspired from those early closure of ventricular septal defects, which, when patched, occasionally the conduction system was injured, requiring the invention of the pacemaker. And so the whole pacemaker industry grew out of collaboration between the Medtronic company and the surgeons at the University of Minnesota. That kind of collaboration was inspiring to me to watch, and it can go on, as I'm sure Teresa experiences with the spine companies. If it's a thoroughly patient-oriented, patient-motivated collaboration, then it's a winner for all of us.
Any other comments on that point?
So I think, Louise, it's important to realize that the companies are there to make a profit, to make money for their shareholders. If they didn't do that, they would go out of business. So their business is to generate, in some cases, new and innovative surgical products. And if they fail at that, they'll go out of business and there won't be any new innovative surgical products. So I think that they may have a bias to the success of their various products, but in no way are they interested in just pushing failing devices on people, because in the long run, it's going to come back to bite them. So I don't think that they're sort of the evil empire. And I think that many of these innovative technologies would not exist were it not for industry, which supports them, which funds them, that pays the bills for these long regulatory processes. And obviously they need to get something back in the end. They're not charities. But I think along a similar line, one of the questions here had to do with corporate hospitals. And I think it's important to realize that corporate hospitals are there that have to make money, but not-for-profit hospitals are definitely not there to make a loss. Because if they make a loss year after year, they go out of business too. So everybody has to do things that to some extent are in the patient's interest and some extent are in their own best interest in terms simply of existence. That's where some of the controversies, but from the individual physician standpoint, it's probably important to keep your eye on the ball and put your effort toward your patients. And if you think that something innovative is going to help them, then it's fine to do.
I think that's a great summary. Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just point out the other role that industry has served, certainly in the cardiovascular realm, and I think in a lot of other realms, and that is, one of us might get a good idea or think of a new way to do things, but to actually carry that forward through the regulatory processes that Dr. White was describing, and through actually making sure that the device is reliably manufactured and comes out sterile and comes, for insertion, and all of those sorts of things that, us physician surgeon types don't have any experience or expertise with. It does require a real collaborative relationship and a real partnership, if you will, almost, in order to bring some of these good ideas to clinical application widely.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The complexities are not things that we can address easily outside of this current system and relationship with industry that we have, both from a regulatory standpoint and passing those hurdles, but just in designing things that are so complex as well. We've come up against the time. I'm a little bit over, and I apologize for that. I guess there was one question we didn't address that it naturally flows from our conversation, so I'll send you off with it to ponder, which was, how can we find a balance between continuously advancing surgical technologies, which we've all said we really want to do, while also improving the availability of more basic surgical resources to areas in need. And so, building upon our commitment to understanding disparities in access, we've talked about all these high cost and pushing the boundaries there, but also we always need to keep our eye on the prize, or eye on the ball, as Dr. White was saying, and be sure that we are putting our patients first, and that means ensuring access to surgery in the first instance, even the less technologically advanced. I would just want to thank all of our presenters tonight, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Hanto. I'm so grateful to have been part of this conversation with each of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. I would like to reiterate and thank our presenters tonight, Drs. White, Williamson, Meyer, and McNeely, for their outstanding and provocative discussion of the ethical considerations in surgical innovation. I would also like to thank all of you who listened tonight and asked questions of our expert panel. I would also like to thank Dr. King for moderating an excellent discussion with our panelists and covering the questions from the Q&A. I would also like to take an opportunity to thank Christine Mitchell, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Bioethics, for her involvement and support of this Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, and also Dr. Robert Trug, who is the Director of the Center for Bioethics, for his support. Finally, I'd like to thank Ms. Troutman, Ms. Stephanidis, and Mr. Amato for their technical, graphic, and organizational support of this conference. We couldn't have done it without their help. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, we thank you for attending and hope you will join us next week on Monday, June 27th, for our final installment, Disparities in Surgery and
So welcome everyone to Strategies for Enhancing Instructor Presence in Your Online Classroom. And I thought today we could just start a little bit with our goals and getting to know each other, and then we can get into all of the different content. So we do have a couple of goals for you for today. So hopefully I can give you some new ideas for how to communicate effectively with your online students, how to show your students that you are present, as well as how you can support them for their overall success. And I'm going to give you a couple of opportunities just to interact and get to know each other. So if you wouldn't mind, in the text chat, if you can introduce yourself, your name, what is it that you teach, and in your mind, what makes a strong, positive teacher impression? And I'm just going to wait a moment and I'll let you type. Hello, Helena. Welcome. You joined us just in time. I think everyone's just kind of typing in the chat. We're doing a little bit of icebreakers to get us started. So if you can find that purple thumbprint at the bottom of your screen, if you expand that panel, you should see a text chat that you can type in.
Megan, would you tell us again what it is you want us to answer in our little introduction?
Yeah, you can just, well, your name will come up automatically, but you can include what it is that you teach and what you believe makes a strong, positive teacher impression.
Okay, thank you.
Great, I see them all piling in. So Lori is from the ETRA department, and that's actually my doctorate program, so I'm very fond of ETRA. Let's see, she thinks that students in online classes really want to feel like their instructor is present, and she does this by providing consistent communications via announcements and Blackboard messages and providing prompt feedback on assignments. Fantastic. Kelly teaches in higher education and student affairs program, and enthusiasm makes a world of difference. It really does. I love when I get an instructor who is just passionate about their field and about their course. Yes, it makes me want to be there. Helena is teaching public speaking in the comms department for 25 years. Congratulations, that's fantastic. And Helena, what do you think makes a positive teacher impression? Or if you prefer the microphone, if that's easier, you can come on the mic as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
I'm kind of a slow typer, but so I was working on it while you were asking, and but I think empathy is a huge part. You know, letting students know that you were an undergrad at one time, and you remember how crazy the first week of class is, and I think that's important early on. But I also think the other things that people, that the others have mentioned. Enthusiasm, getting their feedback to them on assignments very quickly, and then just being available for to interact with you.
You're going to steal all the content for the workshop. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
But yes, I agree. I 100% agree. All right, so we'll move on. Thank you, everyone. So here's another approach that we can take when we're thinking about instructor presence in an online course, is to think about how online teaching is different, right? I think many of us, or most of us, may have come to teaching from the face-to-face traditional classroom. So, you can think of one or two of these, but how do you approach communicating effectively with your students? And how do you show them that you're present? Or how do you support their success? And I know you may have already touched on this, so if you've already answered it, but it is kind of a nice way to think about how are online students different. And I'll take either text answers if you're more comfortable typing, or if you prefer the microphone, the floor is yours.
One of the things that I started doing this summer was when I'm communicating feedback to my students, one of the platforms that we use is McGraw-Hill Connect. I actually have the option to give my feedback as an audio recording rather than as, a little blurb, text blurb. And so I think that makes a huge difference because then they can hear in my voice uh, that I'm excited about how they did. And I think there's less possibility for miscommunication when you're communicating verbally rather than in text. I think it's easy for people to misread uh, text. And then I've also just found, and I just did it for the first time yesterday, when you do an announcement in Blackboard, if you click on the little plus sign, there's a little box that says media, and you can actually record part of your announcement with audio. So I used that for the first time yesterday. But I think those two things help.
I love this. Yes, I love that the voice inflection can really just change or enhance the classroom. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, it makes all the difference. And then I've also started, and I actually got this from a professor in the Etcher department, Fausto Collada. I started responding when I close my emails and my announcements. My closing word that I use instead of best regards or whatever. Fossil always used the word kindly, kindly, comma, and then he'd sign his name. And so I started doing that as well, and I think that makes a difference.
I love that. I think I had a colleague who always used warm wishes.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's a good one. That's a good one too.
All right. And then I see Lori's been typing in the text chat here, and Lori offers online office hours twice each week and collaborate to offer assignment help and support. I make sure students know when my office hours are, and I encourage them to drop in anytime to connect live with me. That's fantastic. You're on top of it. All of you are. And Kelly goes over assignment expectations well in advance and use class time for students to brainstorm about projects or to do group work. Love that. Yes. Making the most of your synchronous course time together. So it's not just, lecture based. It's a great way to get them involved.
Megan, do you mind if I make a quick comment or ask a question?
Sure, please.
So I teach undergrad gen ed courses, and it's typically one of several sections offered, right? So I'm a teaching assistant, and so we all have our Blackboard course shells populated for us. I'm pretty sort of stuck in what is already present in the course. But there isn't a whole lot of student interaction opportunities built into the courses that I teach. So I'm really looking for ways to make my presence more enhanced. What can I do with the content that I'm given, which I can't really augment much? What kinds of things can I do to make myself more present? Like I'm not currently using lots of videos, and I think Helena mentioned videos. So, what kinds of things like videos and things like that can I do to enhance my presence? That's sort of what I'm looking for.
Great. I think we're going to have some things for you today. So part of that is you're going to want to think about when and how you expect your students to communicate. For instance, you're going to want to start thinking to yourself, do we have synchronous time together or is it asynchronous? And so you're going to want to think of formats like that and how and when can students log into their course and when can they respond. So that's going to be the first step. The other part is when you think about instructor presence, as you touched on, it also means students getting together and working together, right? It's not just students getting to know you, but they're getting to know each other through you because you are the facilitator. So I think you're going to want to start to think about activities that you can do, icebreakers, and that doesn't even have to get down to trying to alter or change your course content, which, as you said, may already be pre-prescribed. So there's, additional ways that you can use that valuable course time, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, for your students to connect. So I do have some specific ideas for you, and I want to come back to this in a little bit and see if we've started generating some ideas. But those are all the different things that I would encourage you to think about now is how do you envision your students entering your course? What times are they together? Are they oftentimes doing this on their own? If it's an asynchronous course, it may feel a little bit more solitary. So if you can kind of establish those patterns first, then you might think of some specific activities that you can insert into your course to work for your specific student population. And I see the chat is going wild here, so I have to pop in really quick. Lena says, I've started using the phrase student drop-in hours rather than office hours to make it feel less intimidating. Oh, that's a nice one. And you've made an introduction video on your phone and included your pets. Yes, yes, all of these things are excellent ideas here. All right, so let's see if we can add to this list that you're already generating. All right, so I suppose I should go back a slide and say, well, what is instructor presence? We should probably define this just for ourselves today so that we can expand on this idea. So before we can discuss those strategies for enhancing our instructor presence, we do want to define it. And simply put, I think instructor presence means being there or being present for your class. It means that your students see you as an accessible, real person who is there to help them with their learning. So when they get into their online course, they truly know who you are. You're not just a staff photo or a bobblehead. They think that they actually could identify you. So in other words, instructor presence is about creating this perception for your students that you are this real person right there with them in the process of learning and that they can come to you for help when they need it. So I think that's the working definition that we're going to go with today. All right, so now we have this idea of set it and forget it. And the set it and forget it mindset is kind of this slippery slope. It's a sneaky trap that you can fall into. It's tempting that you might just set up your course and then you think that it's going to be good to go for the rest of the semester. And the reason that we can sometimes fall into this slope is because we've done a lot of front loading, if you will. We've done a lot of preparations for our course. And I'm not suggesting that you don't prep your class ahead of time, but in order to be there and to be present for your students, you want to make sure that you are willing to go along and look at for areas where you can tweak them or adjust them for your unique student set. So this idea here is, again, we want faculty to evaluate and adjust. It could be their learning materials or approaches continually to ensure that students are progressing towards their learning outcomes. And the only way we can do that is just by looking at our students on an individual course basis once it goes live. Great, thank you, Helena. She has dropped the name of an article here into the text chat for any of you who are interested. So we do have 3 different components of the instructor presence, in which you can see up here on the screen. And so these include the persona, the social presence, and then your instructional presence. So we'll go through each of these just briefly here. The persona is the instructor personality and teaching style that you infuse into your course. This is what gives your students that impression of who you are, and it helps them feel more connected to you as their teacher. You can communicate this throughout your course. It's again, not just one of those set it and forget it type of things. But some easy ways that you can do this are by including videos of yourself. If you have an introductory page, you might include a recorded course welcome message or even module overviews. And we're going to get into these a little bit more, I promise. We also have the social presence, which in essence is really all about community building. So in other words, what we're saying here is that you can connect with students and also it enables students to feel like they can connect with you. This is not just a one-sided relationship here. So you want to, again, be the facilitator. You're going to provide opportunities for connections to happen. And it's also important to keep students engaged in your course to increase their chances of success. So this does mean being responsive to students through timely communication, but also holding them to the same standards. Okay. The instructional presence is essentially your role in facilitating students' learning experiences in the course. So you're going to enhance your presence through instruction, and you might want to consider using multimodal learning materials. And so I know we already touched on this in the chat. All of you are very, very on top of these different ideas. What are the different ways that students can interact, even with their course material? Are there things that they can listen to that are audible? Is there text that they can look at? Is there visual representation? So all of these things can enhance their learning experience. And you may even consider providing your students with a weekly video of yourself explaining what they can expect from the course and the assignments and how they should go about navigating that week's module or lesson or activity. So you can kind of think of it as you're guiding them along. So now we can talk a little bit about creating and sustaining these connections, which is our first topic. So some examples of ways to create and sustain connections could include developing an introduction discussion forum in which students can get to know each other and you. And you want to make sure that you do read your students' introductions and respond to them. Now, I know that this is a pretty common scenario, but what I see a lot is that they'll say, you know, in online courses, go ahead and introduce yourself. And there might be no follow-up to that. So one of my colleagues has what she likes to call the pet parade, and she specifically asks students to introduce themselves, and then they should either upload pictures of their pets, their kids, or their travels. And so this really gets people excited. Again, they've been encouraged to upload photos or videos of their recent adventures. And then you finally might want to require the peer responses so that students must read about each other and engage in a conversation. So just putting a little bit of a fun twist on maybe a familiar concept. Another way to create and sustain connections in your online course is to hold at least one synchronous session in the first week so that you can interact with your students and let them connect with you and each other. Within that synchronous session, you can encourage students to share video or audio. We do caution about requiring it due to privacy and equity concerns, but you can always encourage it. You could also consider doing an icebreaker activity to make everyone feel more comfortable and kind of to build that sense of community. So for example, you could put them into breakout groups and ask them to come up with ways in which they could build a sense of class community and see what and techniques they come up with. So I think in the past, one group came up with creating a group chat on social media so they could talk to each other outside of the classroom environment. So again, it's putting some of that ownership onto your students. This is their class, and they get to create part of that atmosphere. So ask them to generate ideas. And last but not least, consider using a welcome assignment or a survey and ask your students how you can best serve them. So you can ask them what are their needs, what are their challenges, what are their goals, and how can you help them figure out ways to be successful in light of that context. So this is an area where you have an opportunity to learn about them, and you might get some unusual insight into your students that you might otherwise not discern if you had not distributed a survey. I see a question here about yellow dig, so that is coming up. So I will talk to you about that too.
Megan, I have a quick question about the survey. Are there
Yes.
any resources that you know of that will give, I don't know, maybe good survey questions? I've done a survey once or twice, intending to get a feel for, say, for instance, how students intend to, what they're expecting from the class, how they intend to use that information, meaning how is it going to apply to, say, what their future goals may be. So I teach a senior level class and a junior level class. So if you're interested in graduate school, I'd like to know these kinds of things. Or if you're interested in going into industry, um, and I find that the kind of answers that I get are, very generic, and they don't often give me much to work with in terms of trying to understand how to plan work so that the relevance is felt. I'm wondering if maybe I'm just not using great questions. Um, do you know of a resource or something that someplace I could go to for to get a better
Yeah.
understanding of what a welcome survey might look like?
Yes, let me, so after this workshop is over, I am going to send out a follow-up email with a list of resources. So I'll go ahead and I'll see if I can link you to some different ideas for survey questions. I know that one faculty member, Jason Rohde, has an exemplary course program, and he highlights that he always has a survey that he likes to ask his students at the beginning of the semester with some of these questions. So I'll see if I can get a copy of that survey as well for you.
Okay, thank you.
So let me see if I can find that as well as a couple of other resources. So, but I can link you. I'll do some more homework and I can link you to that in the follow-up.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Sure. Alrighty. So let's see. All right, I think I saw something about yellow dig, so we're going to come up with that one yet, or in just a little bit here. But some examples of ways to create and sustain connections include developing an introduction discussion forum, which we already just talked about. And we can also think about some other opportunities here as well. So one way to engage students with the course is to connect your course material to students' interests. So you can use these opportunities you've created to get to know your students and, like we said, like that welcome forum. And you're going to leverage that with information into connecting students' interests to your learning materials, maybe to specific activities or some type of graded assessment whenever possible or practical, I think would be another way to say that. You can also share your own interests with students so they can get to know you better. I think we talked about being enthusiastic about your field and your course and its material. So you can talk to your students about maybe some of your past experiences, accomplishments, projects that you've worked on, and show your students what they can expect. Another way to engage your students is to show them how the course materials are relevant to their academic lives. And so this is helping them to think more broadly. It's not just this singular course, it's how does this course fit into my overall academic experience. And so you might discuss what common college expectations do you have in your course that students will be expected to follow across their college careers? What are some of the skills and knowledge that will transfer to other college courses? I always enjoyed this as an English instructor because I knew that if my course was not required, the majority of my students would not be in my classroom. So I always enjoyed playing with this idea that we could still build skills that they could use for courses that they would rather be taking. So um, it's a challenge, but it's always worthwhile to see if you can help them understand why they're here and what they can expect to draw from your course. And you can also ask how can you build connections between your course and another course. So you can ask them specifically to develop maybe a plan or a map and show that strategy. So instead of you just explaining it, you can ask them to identify the skills that they're acquiring in your course and where it will lead to. Finally, you may also want to emphasize the relevance of your course to your students' future professional lives in order to engage them with learning in your course. So you can help your students create those connections and think about how and what they're learning and how it could apply to their future professional goals. Sometimes this can be tricky, but again, it's this idea that learning is a broad spectrum and it carries over into many unexpected places. So we can help to try to highlight that for our students. Another way that you can create connections to future professions is by connecting course policies to professional expectations, but as a note of caution, just be sure that those expectations accurately reflect the workplace, and keep in mind that your students are in college, which is a learning environment, not technically a professional one, but they are adult learners, so you can still broach that topic with them. Okay. I think I've given you some ideas here up on the screen as well. I always hate to read slides to you. I think we can move on. So in addition to creating connections within your course, we do want to talk about communication with students, and you're going to want to communicate with students frequently and in multiple ways in order to maintain presence in your course. So here are some ideas for you. You don't have to do all of them, certainly, because it might be overkill, but you could remind students of upcoming deadlines in a weekly announcement and have follow-up announcements. You could create an announcement and send an email when grades are posted and provide any additional instructions you may have, whether that's for accessing feedback or comments that are in an interactive rubric. You could send reminders about your virtual office hours, including how to make an appointment and how to get to that virtual office space. I do have a little bit more about virtual office hours, so that'll come up again. You could post weekly module introductions or overviews and include connections to the previous model. So again, we're talking about a transition here and layering in information, this idea that every new lesson your students learn is building on top of previous knowledge. You could post an occasional midweek motivation message or video. Those are always fun, right? It's not just the standard, please don't forget to show up to our synchronous course session. It could just be a random motivational message. And then finally on this one, since I talked about all these different types of communications that you can send or alerts, just be careful of overkill. If you post too much and too frequently, students may start to glaze over some of your communications. So I recommend trying some of these and playing with it, making it so not every single Monday of your course they're going to expect to see an announcement. You know, they're going to become desensitized to it. So try to liven it up, give them different ways in which you're connecting with them. In addition to posting announcements, if you're using Blackboard Ultra, you now have maybe tested out the messaging tool. So the messaging tool is an intercourse tool, but it does have a little checkbox where anytime you type a message, you can also have it forwarded to their email. So that's a nice way to keep up with your students. And they're more likely to respond, we've noticed, if it goes to their email. So I do always recommend that feature. Another important component for communicating with your students is providing that timely feedback. And so we're thinking about formative and summative assessments. The formative assessments are the smaller pieces, right? These could be your discussion boards, a homework assignment, an in-class quiz. But any of these smaller activities that are leading up to the summative assessments. So for the formative assessments, the students are going to want timely feedback so that they can learn and feel like they've prepared for that larger summative assessment. And so I tend to think of summative assessments as things like midterms, finals, portfolios, things of that nature. And when it comes time for students to look at the summative assignments or assessments, they're going to want to receive feedback for those activities in order for them to be meaningful and useful. They also want to know how their grade was calculated. And so they need your comments and your feedback to be able to learn and improve so that they can move on, to the next unit, the next module, the next assessment, whatever the next milestone may be. Lori wants to know more about weekly motivational messages. Could this be a podcast or a video? Do you know of a good resource I could find good messages to share with my students? Yes, I think I can find some more resources for you. So Lori, I'm keeping a running list of some of the resources that people are asking for in this workshop, and so I can try to follow up with you. But a nice idea here is that sometimes when you reach out to your students, it's more informal, less scripted. It's not just, hey, this is what we're doing in class this week. You might just reach out to them and say, hey, I noticed we were having the greatest discussion this week, and I just wanted to say congratulations. You're really on top of things. So those messages can go a long way for your students. So, all right, I'm just making a note here. Weekly motivational messages. Okay. Returning back to Alicia asked, would the motivational element need to be relevant to coursework or is appropriate to be motivational in the traditional sense? I think you can find a nice balance between the two. I highly doubt you would be sending motivational messages that don't in some way connect to their course. But again, it's one of those ideas where it's just being authentic with your students and connecting with them. Or, maybe that everybody's preparing for a large exam and they're getting a little tired. Maybe they want to hear something upbeat from you and words of encouragement. That's another way of looking at it. All righty. So moving forward through this, with our feedback, and again, I just like to throw a rule of thumb out there so it'll give you something to work with. A good rule of thumb is to provide feedback no more than 1 week after the due date. And that seems to be a pretty sufficient amount of time, both by student and instructor standards. So somewhere in there, that's a nice rule of thumb to have. Okay. So another way that you can maintain presence in your online course is through that frequent communication or by recording module overviews or videos that include you on the video or at least audio. Again, this idea that they could hear your voice, they know you're a person. And that shows to students that you're communicating with them and it makes it seem more personal. These videos can help students connect with you and the course, and it demonstrates to students that you are personally invested in their learning. So again, it's just a nice touch that not everything is a written text. I know we're creeping up on 2:40 here, so I'm just kind of breezing along. All right, as far as establishing the communication plan goes, another best practice is communicating with students to make sure that you respond to their communication in a timely fashion. But this does not mean that you have to be on call 24/7. So I do want to emphasize that. You can easily say that you will get back to them within 24 to 48 hours. Anything that's a reasonable amount of time, I think as long as you state that in your syllabus and you tell your students about that, usually towards the first week or two of class, that seems to help kind of insert your instructor presence. It makes you feel like a human. They know who you are. They know how to connect with you. I remember as a student, I really greatly appreciated when instructors said, I know you're an online student. I know many of you have busy lives, and so this is why you chose online education. You can email me anytime you want. So that's fine. Just don't expect me to respond right away if you email me in the middle of the night. But as a student who was waitressing and had long evening hours, sometimes I was doing my homework in the evening. And it was really reassuring to hear from an instructor that said, hey, I understand that you might be doing homework in the off hours. That's fine. If you have questions, you can send me a message. But just so you know, I won't get to it until the morning. Something to that effect. You could consider holding regular virtual office hours as well, so that students can meet with you one-on-one. So you could use Teams, Collaborate, which is what we're in right now, or Zoom. So NIU has licenses to all three of those products. If you're interested in virtual office hours, you may consider viewing the virtual office hours workshop or recording on our website for details and tips. We have different things like how to set up bookings and things of that nature, but I'm going to try to get to some of those as well. You should also include some of your expectations for communication, and these can include what your students can expect from you as well as what you can expect from your students. Again, it's this two-way street that you have expectations for them as well. So if you think it's necessary, you can give them an example email template. You can include any information you want just so that they can see an example of what you expect at the higher education level. And it's also just a way for them to practice professionalism and aid you in helping them. All right, so the world is your classroom, and I love this photo. Online courses happen everywhere, so they are not just isolated to a computer, and I love this photo. There's a student out there, definitely not just sitting in front of a laptop and inside. So don't be afraid to show your students your environment, encourage them to show you theirs if they're comfortable doing so. You can also encourage them to take videos out and post them to discussion boards. So this is really an exciting idea here. And again, we do have more information specifically on how to do this. We have a mobile app. So sometimes we don't know what technology our students have, but we do know that almost everybody has a cell phone. And so we have a free mobile app for our video platform, Kaltura. So people can literally go anywhere, take their cell phone and record a video. So again, it's this idea that their classroom is the world. It expands far beyond their computer or their laptop. So if you live in a city, record a video with your city view. If you're out in the country and you want to include some cornfields, you can do that. You might find that you have students all over the country or even outside of the country as well. So it's this really nice idea that everybody is sharing and contributing. Wonderful. I will tag everybody on a group email then when we're done, since it sounds like there's some different resources that people want to share. So I think I'll do our follow-up that way. You can also use discussion forums and class conversations. Discussions, this is a tool unique to Blackboard Ultra. It's a great way to help students stay engaged in their course. So discussions, or I shouldn't say discussions, but class conversations are, pardon me, unique to Blackboard Ultra. And so this is just a tool that you can enable. You can turn it on or off just with a toggle switch. But this way, if somebody has a question about an assignment, it creates kind of like a side discussion and anybody can chime in to answer someone's question. So that's just a nice informal way for students to feel like they can, ask some additional questions. You can also use Yellow Dig. Yellow Dig is a gamification discussion board, and so we do have a license for them. And it's nice because it gives students an opportunity to decide how they want to interact. In a Blackboard discussion board, the typical one that you see is students are required to do a first original post, and then they have to do a follow-up post where they comment on 2 or 3 of their peers' posts. Yellow Dig lets students choose how they want to accrue their points. If they post earlier in the week, they might accrue more points because they were getting a jump start on their discussion. You can earn points for responding to others, and if somebody does an exceptional post, the instructor can award additional points to, reinforce, this great behavior and let them know that they've done some outstanding work. So again, it is kind of a fun way to take a new look at discussion boards. The class conversations toggle switch in Ultra is if you're in an assignment, in an assessment, anything like that, you can turn that on when you go to the gear icon. Okay. Another way that you can encourage students to interact with one another and for you to respond to questions about particular learning materials, activities, or assessments is, again, to enable that class conversation. So that was actually, I just wanted to show that to you. It was funny that somebody typed that in the chat. I've got the picture right here, and the one thing it doesn't show you is the gear icon. But if you click on that gear icon, you should see the little button. It's like a little toggle switch that says Allow Class Conversations. And you'll be alerted anytime somebody posts something in the conversations because you'll get a little purple chat bubble. I don't know if I'm psychic, but thank you. So, all right, some rules and thumb for participating in discussion boards, and I get a lot of questions about this. Nobody is going around and looking at instructors saying you have to respond to every post. There is no quantification for how many times you need to respond. And in fact, you may, again, want to take a step back so you can facilitate the discussion and put more ownership on your students to run the discussion. So again, the idea here is you might want to chime in with a comment or two every week to show your students that you're engaged, that you're looking, that you're watching. It's not busy work, but you're also doing it to model for your students the types of responses that they should be posting. So you're looking for a balance, basically, of your participation in discussion boards, but also you don't want to dominate it as well. So don't post too much because students may rely on you to carry the conversation. So again, if you have to take a step back and you can even just say who wants to answer this, or you can ask specific questions of your students. So again, look for that balance. Do not feel as an instructor that you are obligated to respond to every student. I've had that question before, and you most certainly are not. Another idea here is that you can require office hour meetings. I like this option. I think it's nice because it breaks that ice, that barrier, that initial nervousness that a student may have about coming to your virtual office hours. Even if you post information about it, they might not feel comfortable. So one thing you can do is you can require mandatory office hours early on in the semester. It could even just be for 5 minutes. Just say, here's my schedule. I like to use bookings for this. If you have an up-to-date Office 365 calendar, it works really well. So this is my availability. Just pick a time slot and come meet me for 5 minutes. If you mandate that your students come to meet you early on in the semester, they're more likely to approach you if they have questions later on. And again, you can do this more than once. So you might have that initial meeting, which is only just a 5-minute meeting, getting to know you, and then you could offer required mandatory office hours later in the semester, and we can discuss, a particular assignment. So again, it's this idea, moving past that set it and forget it mentality, is, pulling them in for office hours to let them know that, yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm a person. And you really should come talk to me. So I know we talked about this earlier too, but you can distribute a survey and you can find out what your students already know about a subject that you're teaching. So this is always a fun one. I used to do this with my English composition students, and I would call it the Are You a Know-It-All quiz. And at the start of the semester, I would just ask them a series of questions about a topic, and they low amount of points really didn't affect their grade. But you know what? You can have 5 free points as long as you fill out the survey. Even if you don't know the answer, give it your best guess. You will only lose points if you don't answer it, or if you say, I don't know. So this is kind of a fun one that you can do with your students, and then you can always revisit surveys later on after you've taught a lesson or at the end of the semester, and you can see how their answers have changed over time. You could do surveys at a smaller level, at a class level. You could have your students come into class and you can say, what do you have a question about with the reading? And you can actually ask them a question as they're leaving the classroom. I have one instructor who said, before you can sign out of our synchronous session, you have to type in the chat one thing that you learned today. Or, if you don't want to answer one thing you learned, ask me one question. What still needs to be clarified? So again, it's this idea that you keep checking in with your students and asking them to give you some sort of a response. It's going above and beyond. Do you have any questions? Because a lot of times they'll just say no, or they'll shake their head. Whew, we're almost done, I promise. And another way that you can go ahead and support student success and to maintain instructor presence is to provide students with some information about campus services and resources. So if you don't already have this, you may consider having a section in your course or in your syllabus dedicated to sharing these resources, and to be proactive in pointing students to specific things, such as, if you have an essay coming up, you might want to highlight the Writing Center. You might want to remind students about the DRC if they need special accommodations. You can also target resources that are maybe needed for specific students. So if somebody mentions to you that they're having a problem with someone on campus, you can link them with the ombudsman person. But again, it's just this idea that you have a list of resources and you may continue to expand on that. I know during the pandemic, one instructor had resources for, what was it? Internet free hotspots. I had one instructor who was linking information to food pantries and all sorts of things. So you can also ask your students to contribute to this list of resources because they may know of some additional ones. And I also wanted to point you to Blackboard Assist, which is a relatively new tool. So I don't know if any of you have seen this or not, but now we have a list of these student resources all in one concentrated area. So when you log into Blackboard, instead of going to courses, scroll down and you'll see Assist. And going in here, your students will have links to all sorts of different resources on campus or related to NIU. They're all up to date and current, which is nice. So you could even just post information about this in your syllabus. So it's really just one concentrated area where students can get all of this information in one spot. So other things that you may want to consider as well with your students, I think I forgot to mention, is you may want to let them know about some other additional resources that they have with Blackboard. So you can give them the information they need to change their name or their pronouns in case that, you know, they're tired of people mispronouncing their names or they want someone to know their pronouns. So you can also provide information like that. So that's a great way just to insert your presence and to let them know that you're seeing them as an individual and not just a name on a roster. All right, so I think that was actually my, I made it with 5 minutes to spare. That was my list of resources I have for you, and it's all about your questions. Anything that I can try to answer for you or comments? All right, well, floor is yours. So last 5 minutes, if you have questions or comments, let me know. You can hop on the mic, you can type in the chat. Otherwise, I'll give you back 5 minutes of your day, and I promise I will follow up with some resources.
Kia ora koutou, no mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives, and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harmon, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions, and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama o moana, ki hararara ma tātou I te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou I ai, tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harmon and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a forward by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harmon and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harmon's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully, people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Haman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder, Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko waikara te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I like to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open this space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing, and we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that's been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the context setting for today's session, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, you know, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, you know, while I try to, you know, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, te porahita o te putaya, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi marie o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatua nuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wa moriora. And what it sort of, the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food. And so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Becker until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently. And for them, it's, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that. And they're really concerned that, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, really quite concerned about that. And I actually started tinkering around in my spare time, trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, the problem is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the planetary boundaries framework. And, it was that, somebody's actually, put the numbers around this. My background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, and then, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009. And it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, and Owen talking about, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called planetary accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Stefan and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. And behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up, and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person, and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Herman, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Herman.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague, Matthew, here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Rathi, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, it causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met, ensuring that we have potable water supply, and without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally, so I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about. And we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Michelle, who has been at the beginning of this, was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so I'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, and sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about the technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So are there any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use, to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged in from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate, I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, yeah, where with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so because we're talking about, you know, similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two, you know, the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is you know, behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development of planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue, and grey water. And there's you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems, and you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers, and water aquifers, and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating, and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants. You know, speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage, once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical pre-processing, thermal pre-processing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we are addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah, another element. So just another element to add to that. was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock, and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination, and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into a Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment, therefore you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily you know, the ideal option. So I just wonder, what am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because yeah, that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton, there's the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do, and which is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of you know, $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And you know, and we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in a, and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it? So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in 2 parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how Planetary Accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact, and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making, or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products, and how you can actually improve the design of these. So I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Haman and I, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that it's at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Haman and us and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Haman, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close us off with a karakia. Kia tau te rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign over on.
Weekends are meant for relaxing and rejuvenating. But it's easy to forget that when we're swamped with never-ending homework, college applications, and demanding jobs that have us working overtime. Consequently, plans that we originally signed up for might seem like a hassle now. It's perfectly okay to stay in, hit the pause button, and catch your breath. In fact, I'm about to do that myself. So sit back, relax, and come unwind with me. It'll all be okay, I promise. Today is my lazy day. With no plans in sight, I'm starting off with a blank canvas, which means I can paint the day however the way I want it to be. Let's check the weather. Seems like it's cloudy and windy. My favorite, sweater weather. I'm going to go downstairs, greet my cat, and brew myself a hot cup of tea. Whether you enjoy something calming and herbal or strongly caffeinated, ya boy's got you covered. I'm loaded with the good stuff. Now, on to laundry. Sounds like work, right? But doing laundry after a long week can actually be rewarding. I love burying myself with the scent of fresh, clean clothes. Now that I have something to wear next week, there's one less thing I have to worry about. Here, I'm gonna get the first batch started, and then we'll move on to something else. I'm really lucky to live in a quiet area surrounded by woods. Today, I think I'll go for a bike ride. I've got my favorite cardigan on and a scarf to keep my neck warm. Sometimes, nature is the only friend you need. As much as I love spending time with my friends and family, I love going off by myself and having my own solitary adventures. With life these days, it's often quite hard to get some peace and quiet, so when I have the chance, I make the most of it. I've been thinking lately about how much I've let my own anxiety and depression dictate my life. How it stopped me cold from taking certain risks, postponed the time I could have used to work on personal goals, and the way it would keep me up all night. It doesn't have to be that way anymore, if I just learn to let go. If you're going through the same motions, I hope you have the guts to do it too. Ah, wasn't that fun? It felt so good to let the crisp, cool air into my lungs. And the way the leaves fell, it looked like small bits of a kaleidoscope rearranging its patterns. That's what I love the most about fall. You can heal and learn to become what you can still be. Just because everything breaks down in this time of the year doesn't mean good things have to come to an end. Sometimes change happens so better things can fall into place. But we have to be open to receive it. I like to think that with every end comes a new beginning. Come inside now, your ears are getting cold, aren't they? Let's go back to the kitchen and cook ourselves a nice dinner. You'll have to excuse me, I haven't gone grocery shopping yet. Let's see what's available in the pantry. A can of tomato sauce and some angel hair. Looks like we're having spaghetti. Sometimes dinner is the best when it's prepared simple. I'm just gonna chop up an onion and throw in some spinach. Fall makes me nostalgic for my mom's cooking. In fact, I learned how to make this dish from her. Some things never get old. Dinner is always better with some company. Now let's end that night with a hot, relaxing bath. There's nothing like lighting your favorite scented candles and sitting with a good book and music. If you live in the city, it can almost be impossible to slow down when everyone's always rushing to get to the next stop. But when you're in a bathtub, you're safe, warm, and away from all the noise. Whatever sense you picked up from riding the train or being at school, you can leave all of that behind you as you soak in these bubbles. Looks like it's time for bed now. My cat knows too. She's been waiting for me. I love the way she snuggles up close to me. Another day has come to an end, but it was everything I needed. Are you feeling better now? Keep these tips in mind the next time you're all wound up. What other relaxing techniques do you use? Unlike the scriptwriter Catherine, I myself really like playing video games to unwind. What about you? Let me know by leaving a comment down below. Be sure to subscribe to our channel for more content. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone. As you may have noticed, we don't post as often as we'd like anymore. We are low on funding as our expenses are exceeding our revenue. However, we want to keep making more content that help people learn about psychology and mental health. So we want you to be a part of that process. Starting today, we will have a donate button underneath our videos. You've probably seen it in some of your favorite channels already. But if you don't see the button, we've included a link in the video description. Our vision is to keep making psychology more accessible to everyone. We try to keep our videos concise and create open dialogues among the community. As a supporter, you will receive recognition for your support by having a cool Psy icon next to your username when you comment. This helps us recognize it's you and engage you more. On top of this, you will also receive a free copy of our Psych2Go ebook and occasional magazines every quarter. Just email in to myself when you've donated, and I will send you the copies at ty@psych2go.net. However, even if you cannot support us financially, we still totally understand. You can help us out by sharing this video. We still love you and will give you a free ebook if you mail in to let us know. There is no fixed term or shady things like that. You can also cancel your support at any time too, so there's absolutely no risk. We promise.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Before we begin, we would like to thank you for your everlasting support. Our mission is to help you gain deeper insights into yourself and others in a fun and engaging way. We hope we've been able to help you in your times of need. Now, let's begin. Do you have problems understanding your emotions when faced with a challenging situation? Not knowing how to deal with your emotions can lead to them becoming more intense, persistent, and problematic. While it may grant you some temporary relief, suppressing your feelings and being in denial about them may only lead to painful consequences that keep you disconnected from yourself and from those around you. So, here are 7 signs you may be suppressing your emotions. Number 1, you hate being asked how you feel. Do you get annoyed or upset when people ask about your feelings? Are you quick to brush off any concerns other people might have about you because you don't think it's any of their business? Maybe you're not comfortable opening up to others or dislike getting overly sentimental or touchy-feely. It may be a sign that you're emotionally repressed when you constantly avoid any and all conversations about your feelings. 2, you struggle with emotional intimacy. You have problems finding a friend to confide in or have trouble making a meaningful relationship last. This may be because you struggle with emotional intimacy. Since being emotionally intimate with someone forces you to be vulnerable and to confront your true feelings, you may end up running away or getting defensive and struggle to emotionally connect with them. 3, you're always just fine. Do you have a habit of saying you're fine every time someone asks how you are? You may reassure your friends and family that everything is great and that you're doing really well when you don't mean any of it. You don't feel comfortable admitting when you're not okay or to let people see you struggle. Instead of asking for help or to confront your feelings, you just repress your emotions and bottle them up. 4, you rarely get emotional. Do people describe you as withdrawn, indifferent, or detached. You don't cry or get upset, and you rarely ever get excited about anything. Not only do you dislike talking about your feelings, but you'd also rather not show anyone that you have any at all. You may have been badly hurt in the past, and you don't want to feel overwhelmed by your emotions again, so you've resolved to just close yourself off and not feel anything at all. Number 5, you have extreme mood swings. Have you ever had an emotional breakdown where you couldn't stop crying or lashing out? Extreme mood swings and emotional volatility are clear signs that you're repressing very strong emotions. Instead of resolving them in a healthy way, you may be pushing them down and acting as if they're not there. But your emotions will come out in a much more problematic manner where you take all of your negativity out on yourself or those around you. 6, you deny all of your problems. Do you avoid your loved ones when they're mad at you, or agree to things you don't want to do to make other people happy? Denial is a very common coping mechanism, since you may feel like it's much easier to pretend that your problems don't exist than to find a solution. This difficulty admitting to yourself when something is wrong could be a sign of a much more serious underlying problem. And number 7, you hold grudges against people. Do you have problems letting your feelings of anger and disappointment go? Harboring grudges against people and being vindictive is a very telling sign that you're holding back on your emotions. You may be having a hard time forgiving others because you can't come to terms with all the pain that they may have caused you, even if it was unintentional. But holding on to grudges only shows that you're not prepared to deal with your emotions and that you'd rather let them linger over time. Did you relate to any of these signs mentioned here? I know I did. Are you worried you might be emotionally repressed? Tell us about it in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give us a thumbs up and share it with others who may find it helpful too. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for more Psych2Go videos. All the references used are also added in the description box below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
We demystify what goes on behind the therapy room door. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides us a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP, yeah, because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's bad. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process when there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes, yeah.
And built into that contract to us, I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries.
Yeah.
Before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
What do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that's really in any contract, I think, especially if you're going to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory. I mean, you're trained as a transaction analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage.
Yes. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger, it's the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration.
Yeah.
Any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to.
Yes. That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come and, my wife has said, I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract here is yours about, and most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable. So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin, then then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being. Yes. They may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious, and being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to.
Yeah. I love the racket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt, injury in the child where you get to, the child ego state I'm talking about, developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, well, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place.
Yes. Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions.
Yeah.
That would be one thing, if you want to do that. Another one would be, if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I think, I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that, we were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like, it was hard work with him, let's put it that way. But yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, a daily rate. So it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah.
I think, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it, it's a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think anger, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
And then you always look at, well, they come together.
Okay.
So if you say, tell me a little bit about, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now?
Yeah.
Like, if that's what you mean by situation.
That's particularly what I was thinking about, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
Yeah.
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them.
Yeah.
And ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
Yeah.
So you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the two and two together.
Yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. Like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah.
So I want to find out well, you know, was it modeled to you to be angry
Yeah.
to get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
Yeah.
Did you have to be angry to, you know, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
Yeah.
And often anger, sometimes, and especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving extra, you know, anger or, you know, frustration or attacking transactions at the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had, it was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work, but I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, you know, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, you know, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's, if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, you know, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important to contract and keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate the say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, you know, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is if you go developmental,
yeah,
help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. So they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past. So they connect the two.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, you know, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Oh, which
is completely the opposite.
But it is an interesting one, because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, yeah, And when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And usually I say to them, you know, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, you know, in a quite a calm way or whatever way I say it. But you know, do you have a situation like a pressure cooker, where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker. Because most people don't want to, I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but you know, people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modelled and how emotional regulation was modelled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The
Yeah.
father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example,
Yeah.
or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, you know, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant others, you know, actual anger, and
Yeah.
it's not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client. Sometimes it's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present,
Yeah.
then you're going to get there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those that are listening.
Hang on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
What's happened? Oh, I don't know. What's happened? Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, so I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, you know, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with then you need to, you know, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up.
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, you know, in many cases their anger might be valid. You know, that's the other things. If you start, but you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if you know, whether you work relationally or not, you know, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared, and are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place, and that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they, you know, what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's, you know, it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only, you know, it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah, emotions are very complex anyway, at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions, so, you know, relationships break down, for example, I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract. And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to, you know, go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and what's it all about, and that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
And it's important to discuss that contract as well, and why it's there, the purpose of it.
And I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home. Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't. That's not to people who work in offices where there's people around. And the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you hear, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, you know, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, you know, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, that you've got maybe even a button that you could press, and all these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration.
I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean, and things like that. But in the early days, when I was, you know, newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than, you know, potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Like that pressure cooker, you know, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
And I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are. To, you know, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody who's got a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this. Not to just work alone in your house with people with anger issues, without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right, I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
And I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, you know, so we can never be 100% sure. but it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, you know, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, you know, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, you know, express their anger in a safe way,
Yeah.
in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because
Yes.
you know, the angers come up in the therapy development, you've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. And again, you know, what you said then about, you know, the relationship, I think that's really important, you know, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express the emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that, again, is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes. Yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, you know, damage furniture, property. You don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you're feeling comfortable or intuitively feel comfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's, you know, it's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. You know, we can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is
silence.
Silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be back next week with another episode.